Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, February the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So can I get a quick sound check, and can you see my screen? A couple of yeses, that'll help me. Yes and yes, thank you very much. Now guys, I posted in the alert section, I am in this one, SYPR. I don't have that much left. I got in right around here at 440. I took some off just before 5. Took some off here at 6, just over 6. And I have a piece left just in case it goes even more crazy. This is they run some kind of a defense contract, SYPR. So this is so far the star of the day. Only 11 million in the float. Look at the volume already, 27 million. So, as Real would say, my day is done. Now, if you were in the room yesterday, you notice that yesterday, this is like a tale of two trading days, because look at today, look at all my gap ups. Yesterday, the gap downs were like this. In fact, they were even more. I couldn't even show them all. But we have a change today. I've got a ton of gap ups and hardly any gap downs this morning. So we definitely, but I'm also looking at the market. The market is starting to drift down for the last hour. Looking at that 15-minute chart, the market is starting to drift down, so to see what happens once it opens. So let's take a look at other things that are happening today. This is kind of an interesting one, this WKHS. Obviously, this news came out yesterday, right here. Now remember, I mean, just a few days ago, this was a $43 stock. We are now at 15, just a little under 15. So the news that came out, it looks like they were supposed to get this USPS contract, but now maybe at the last hour it has been awarded to OSK. And just reading the press release on it, so there's OSK. So OSK's had a nice little pop here. But what does Cowen say? Is it Cowen? Just give me a second here. Yeah, Roth cuts workhouse target to 15 after highly unusual contract information. So, interesting about this and it's through the 200-day moving average. That happened yesterday, so see what happens. Arlo. Is it still holding its gap? No. I mean, again, 944, it's down to 824, so it's dropped over $1 from its highs. It had the big after hours pop. It is an earnings play. I'm sorry, I should have called those an E gap. I forgot to put the E in front of the gap. So this is actually an earnings play. So it'll definitely be active all day. But the release earnings after hours, you can see the result. That's that mauve area right here. Wow, SYPR. Say I don't have very much left, but I have a piece of it just in case it goes even crazier. Viot, V-I-O-T has gapped up. Is it holding? Not really. I mean, another one. Look at this, 1543. So it's dropped $1.50 already. This is the one that I missed yesterday. I missed by a couple of pennies getting it. Let's see, it's still kind of active. It pulled back quite a bit. And it got as high as yesterday. Got as high as 554, and it pulled back to close way down here, just over 4. It's still active though. SNSS. Look at SYPR. Holy smokes. GSAT, another one of those high flyers. Let's see if it has maintained its pre-market gap. Sorry guys. See, when I start looking at these pre-market gappers and I'm putting them on my list, they're up here. Okay. Then I move on and on and on. And now, once the room opens, I start talking about them. But so many of them just start to fade. Let's see if this one held. TAOP. TAOP. Yeah. Well, not terrible. $10 down to $9.50, so that's not terrible. Remember this one yesterday, or 2 days ago, hit almost 15, $14.50. SOS. Let's see if SOS is maintaining its gap. Again, 9.30 down to 8.30, so it's dropping a dollar and sinking. Let's see if this one is holding its gap. ONTX. ONTX, not bad. I think saw the press release for them. They've regained their NASDAQ compliance. It's a big float, 191 million in the float, but that might be news enough to keep it active all day. This one, I don't know too much about this. I guess obviously this was an IPO a little while ago. I wish I had shorted it. PUBM. I mean, when I say shorted it from here. So PBUM, this might be its first earnings release. Released earnings after hours. So you can see the reaction right there. Again, that's that mauve area on our charts. And continued pre-market, but it is really pulled back quite a bit, about $4. But this is its first earnings release, PUBM. And let's see, crypto, a little resurgence. I think it got down to 45,000 and it's back up to 50, something like that. Take a look at Mara. Oops, take a look at Mara. Yeah, so these are, again, to me, these sort of, I mean, first of all, it would have been awfully hard to maintain composure with a stock that's at 50 and that gets down to 25, basically cut in half in 4 days? When I say composure, I mean, we'll hold because crypto is going higher. Well, pretty tough for me anyway, but it's having a bit of a rebound here. Yeah, where is this SYPR going? Man, oh man. I didn't read all the particulars of it. Second here. All I saw was defense contract award. I didn't even see how much it was. But I mean, look at this. Now, I did see over here, now this is way back in 2014, there are the highs, 650, so I mean, it's even above that. I really didn't consider that any sort of resistance. I mean, we're talking 7 years ago. Now, 5.5 years ago, so. All right, so what does it have to do with Peter? I'm not talking about, you're talking about whether the news is significant enough to pop it like this. Probably not. It doesn't matter what we think, though. As long as there's a press release saying, hey, defense contract awarded, traders will pile in. And with that float, 11 million in the float. I mean, it's already traded. It's going to trade the float. It's already traded the float almost 3 times. My guess it'll be 6 to 9 times today. Well, for me, resistance making. So for somebody asked, what do I use for resistance? Well, because I'm a momentum trader. So everything is at a high for the day. So I just look at daily, weekly, monthly charts, see where the next resistance areas are. If I see some resistance on the daily, when I say resistance, I mean I'm just looking for the next highs, whether that's really resistance or not. We can't know for sure, but that's all I'm looking at. Guys, keep an eye on Macy's. I talked about Macy's yesterday. It is an earnings play from yesterday. Come on, don't do this. This is an earnings play from yesterday, guys, and had a nice finish. After hours dropped a little bit. I was waiting to see if it could maintain 16. So this could be something, especially with the market. If it maintains positive, Macy's could continue because look left. I mean, the next high looking left is on the daily chart is 1688. And after that, I mean, we can get maybe into these areas. So Well, listen. I mean, I don't want to get too controversial here, but when we talk about news, I mean, again, whether we think the news merits a stock popping like that doesn't really matter. It's just, you look at a quick headline and you see some news, as opposed to, I mean, we've seen so many stocks that just move without any news whatsoever. So, again, whether we think it is substantial news doesn't really matter what we think. It is some news, and that's your catalyst. Now, whether it lasts tomorrow, we're not talking about marrying these things. Look at SYPR. Wow. It's just going to take out 7 maybe. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades. Oh, I don't know. I think it's just, in IB, fill outside our, if you go to the, right beside where it says limit price or what your price, and then there's GTC, good to cancel. There's a little, you just check fill outside RTH and allow pre-open. There's just a little check mark. I'd love to go back to bed. All right, guys, I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Oh, through B plus. Well, the only orders that go through, you have to have, it has to be a limit order, okay? Anything pre-market or after hours through B plus has to be a limit order. You cannot go in at the market. You have to pick a price and okay? Just so you know. And that's not just B plus. I mean, that's virtually every brokerage platform out there. That's sort of a protection when you get these huge wide spreads. You go in at the market, you can get really destroyed. Okay, let's take a look at, yeah, they're all the same. Interesting. Hardly any upgrades or downgrades. Let me just put some of the upgrades in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Not too many. But there is a downgrade for WKHS. Man, oh man, I mean, look where it was just a few days ago, guys. $45, cut by 2/3. And that was a hot sector. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let's just know these are just a pre-market active. It's a pre-market active up and down list. Well, there are a couple other. I have my gap. These are the. Okay, I'll quickly show you. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. If I go to my home page, the link right there, the tab. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. I'm sharing them. So in the scan section of my home page, these are the 4 I use. Gap up and down shared, pre-market up and down shared. Okay, or not shared, but these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market every single day. Okay. What window? Well, any. I mean, you know, the gap ups, the gap up. I don't know where I first saw it, but certainly, I mean, here. I mean, the pre-market actives, guys. I mean, I haven't deviated in years and years and years. The only one I actually added was where the gap up and down alerts. Okay, but for years and years and years, I just use these two screens. And again, I'm sharing them. Pre-market actives up. I mean, SYPR probably was right at the top of the list. I'm all out of it now, guys. I was just waiting to see if it could take out 7, so I'm all completely out of it now. I'll let somebody else have fun. Okay, so the market's starting to put in a bit of a downturn here. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, this has been an hour of red bars. We had a respite right here, but it looks like it's trying to continue down now. So the SPY is now negative. We had a nice little positive pop here, so that's why I was watching Macy's thinking Macy's might start to move with the market, but it is kind of moving with the market, but down. What is our, well, we have 11 million, I think. We have 11 million for the float on SYPR, Zach. Not shortable for me. I was actually looking to maybe to short it, but it's not shortable for me. Which is a good thing because I was looking to short it at certain levels. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, of course. Always have to add that. All right, guys. So if you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, and then channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, click on anything from the channel bar. Make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. This will start probably right at 9:30. I do this on purpose in these two windows. And as always, I'll be watching my my option scans. That's my number one focus now. Number one focus, my option scans. Not trading the options, just finding stocks that are having abnormal option contract days. Okay, this is an earnings play actually, February 24th. I'm sorry, this is an earnings play after hours today. Triple D, and man, I mean, look at this. I mean, look what this, earlier this month, $57. I don't know how some of you guys swing trade. I mean, look, you picked the right one, fantastic. But you know, some of these moves, these stocks. So anyway, this releases earnings after hours today. So is A1 a SPAC? Yeah, well, according to us, it is. Yes. Do you not have our single stock window, Cam? You just have to look at the profile, and basically tells you. It doesn't say SPAC, but affect a merger, share exchange, asset acquisition, etc. All right, guys, let's say 9:45. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. Just getting ready for this open, so I'm going to close these two windows down and just get ready for the open. Typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Of course, pre-market doesn't count when I talk about that, but typically I don't trade in the first 15. Kind of let things settle down a little bit. Man, this SYPR is all the way back up. Don't know if it trades options. We'll have to see once it opens. Yeah, so Megan, you're in there. There are two rooms. If you want to come out to the other, I call this the main room right here. Okay, you're in the YouTube feed. It's fine to be there. It's a little more active in the main room, more traders. So if you want to come over there, I will give you the link. And anybody in the YouTube room, if you want to come over to what I call the main trading room, there it is. There's the link for it. Wow, SYPR is just right back up. No more. Don't have any more left. It's right here. Tyler, it's right here. Barry's homepage. You see the tab? Hopefully you can see my screen. If you can see it's called Barry's homepage. Okay, click on that and then click on the link. My homepage link. And when you do that, this is what you'll see. Just a minute. This is what you'll see. Okay. Okay, this is what you'll see, and here's the section with all my scans. Listen, I mean, I don't want to put, I'd be spending all day putting my scans in, so that's why I make you guys do a little bit of work, just clicking on my home page, and then click there, and here are the scans. Okay? Wow, this could pop right through 7. This is what I was waiting on before up here, but it didn't do it. Pulled back, got out, and now, I mean, this is a big pop, $610 pop already. I'm interested to see if this actually trades options. Once this market opens, we'll see. All right, market is going to open in about 40 seconds from now. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Yeah, what a shock. I mean, I feel badly for anybody who's holding this. Even here, I mean, it was already sinking, this WKHS, ahead of the news. And then yesterday, look at this. What a and this is towards the end of the day. I mean, must have been a release at 3 o'clock or so. All right, guys, we are now open for business. I want to see if this one has trades options. Yeah, so it doesn't trade options. That's why PR does not trade options. So you will not be in my option scanner. I know some of you follow this ZOM, a little volume, lots of volume, a big float. Look at that float for a $2 stock, 805 million. You're doing a little Matthew McConaughey, Meg? Keep an eye on SVRA, okay? SVRA, it had a nice finish. SVRA, it did get up to 224, Um, it's got room. I think I'm going to do is stick an alert around 225. See if it takes it out. Okay, so Ruby, or Rugby, not Ruby. What I'm going to do is I'm putting a link to my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Click on the homepage link, and then you'll see a section called Scans, and the one that you probably want to take a look at is the one that says Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Okay. All right. Actually, it's funny. I was looking at CCIV this morning, and I was prepared to take this trade right up here. If it popped through, you see where it got to. I was looking at the after hours highs yesterday, and I thought maybe if it could pop through that, then it might have a little bit of a go. But this is now sinking fast. CCIV. Some pretty wild action for the WKHS. Wow, SYPR unstoppable right now. This looks like now, I think there's a little sliver of white there in the position of the lifetime range. There may be something way, way, way back. If I go back on this monthly chart, no, I guess it's back here. So, in fact, it's above that now. I guess these are the back in 2012, who cares? 9 years ago, these are the lifetime highs right here. So this is basically a lifetime high now for SYPR. Wow. Oh man, if it hadn't done this, I'd still be in it. That little jog down, I thought maybe it was over, but anyway, I'm not going to complain. Well, then it's got to go back. I don't know how many years you have to go back for that. $19.95. Okay. I'll tell you, Macy's a little bit of a disappointment for me. I'm going to I'm going to put an alert up here, 1625 or so. It might take it out later on. Now, if SYPR shows up here, it'll be pretty extended. Remember, there's a 50-minute delay on purpose in these two windows. Verb on the move. Look at Verb, V-E-R-B, Verb. What's the high looking left? Is 260, so it's almost there. What's the high way over here is a 260, 313. So, this has some room, guys, to get through that 260 mark. The next high looking left is around 313. I don't know what's happening with Verb to offer its live stream e-commerce app free to all subscribers. Okay, there's your news for Verb. Verb on the move, guys. VERB. Again, I do not trade in the first 15. I mean, we get a lot of pops in the first say, 0 to 15, and then they drop, and then they can come back. I mean, this one might keep going. Well, so much for Macy's. Kind of strange. I find this very strange. Well, I mean, maybe it is just moving with the market. That's exactly what Macy's did yesterday. Look at this big bottoming tail on the daily chart yesterday. That corresponded to the SPY almost exactly, and then it rebounded. But anyway, I'm not going to fixate too much on it now. Yeah, I know. I read that offers its live stream e-commerce app free to all subscribers. That is your news for Verb, such as it is. All right, so actually the next high looking left on the monthly chart, this is back in June, not quite 2 years ago, is 275. That may stall it right there. What did it get up to? Got up to 270, so you can see on that monthly chart, and there is the high up here that could stall it. All right, well, all the indices are still down. Dow now is negative. NAS is still getting thumped. Take a look at the Qs. Got a bit of a thumping. It did have a bit of a rally yesterday, rallied off the bottom, but it was still down for the day. And the market is, definitely weakening. Don't know if I mentioned this one, SLRX. It's on my watch list. I don't think I mentioned it pre-market. Look at the room it's got. Okay, so there is some news on it. Jumps on initiation of phase 1/2 sarcoma study expansion. So there is a little bit of news on it. And look at the volume that is coming in. 23 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. It did hit $3, a little over $3 in the pre-market before it came all the way back down to 2. Look at the volume for SYPR. Oh man. It might be light. It's already traded almost 6 times the float. So again, I'm just waiting on my first option. That's what I'm waiting on. Don't know when the first one will happen. Typically, I think we only had about 4, 5, or 6 yesterday. That's what I like. I don't like to see too many alerts in that window. Farm. I remember seeing Farm a few months ago or a few weeks ago. It had a sneaky good day, as I recall. I think it was this day right here. In fact, so it's not that long ago. It was early February. Or it might have been this day. I think it was, might have been, I don't know, I can't remember anymore, but it had a great day. It just kept inching up. I think it was this day, beginning of February. It's a low float, 15 million in the float. Not very much volume yet. I know it's 6.5 times normal, but the absolute volume isn't that high yet. So okay, guys. My boss has arrived, exactly. Wake up. All right, here's a real cheap one. Looks like this probably changed the symbols right here. So it looks like an IPO. Of course, it isn't. CSCW, 43 million in the float. Trying to get over $1. What did it do yesterday? It got to these. I'm just pointing this out for those like the really cheap ones. Got up to $1.04 yesterday. The day before that, $1.07. So it's got it. It's got some. If it can get through here, I mean, it has a shot maybe to get to the $1.30 level. I know IJA is going to go crazy. So SLDB guys, big day yesterday. Continuation now. I did have some news yesterday, as I recall. So it is above, of course, it's above yesterday's high now through that magic 10. It probably will not show up on my options play. It's very light on the options. You see it's only 829 contracts a day. Yeah, okay, it finally fell. I'm sure, Zach, you probably found shorts. No shorts for me for SYPR. Tremendous. If you found shorts for it and you're able to time it, close to that 8 level, that's a big drop, SYPR. Keep an eye on this SVRA, okay? I mean, it's got some volume coming into it. Some volume is coming into it, 248, 10 times normal volume. It's 40 million in the float. And, I just have a high, I have a pre-market high of about 225. You can see that if it can take that out, I mean, it's got room. 227, actually 227 is the high way over here. That's July of last year. Takes that out, look left, it's got some room. So, I'm going to keep that alert right here, see if it gets here. Do I think it's done? I have no idea if it's done. I mean, it's a big pullback. I have no idea if it's done. Don't know what you mean by the 10 a.m. thing. Don't understand what you mean, Bruce. Okay, it must be somebody else. It's not me, so I don't know who you're talking about. Okay, when you say you sent, you must mean trade ideas. I didn't send it, so I don't know. Okay, yeah, I have no idea. All right, guys, so what is the market doing? So the market is now, so after that initial red bar, it's like it's trying to at least stabilize just a little bit here. And again, just waiting on for my first option play. Again, Bruce, if you have the email, then the email must show you some kind of a login. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what we do at 10 o'clock. I've never heard anything like that, but this is also, I mean, okay, yesterday's high for SNSS was 555. It's getting very, very close. And there it goes. And in fact, it just took out yesterday's high. That's why it's showing up here. Okay, NSSS is ripping here a little bit. And what's the float? 16 million in the float. So look left. What do we see? So on the weekly chart, the next high looking left is 657. So in theory, it has some room there. Let's take a look at the daily. It's probably going to be about the same. Yeah, so so that's the high in the daily up here too, and the weekly. So this, in theory, has some room. All right, that PUBM, guys. Wow, for those of you who like the little more expensive plays, look at the recovery. So this is an earnings play. This, I believe, it's an IPO back here. Tremendous. I mean, look at this, 25.60 now in a couple of months, less than a couple of months, or less than 2.5 months, I guess. Actually, we're the 24th already, so we're almost the end of February. But so say 3 months. And it's an earnings play, and the little pullback pre-market, and now it's on the move. Meanwhile, look at SNSS. Continues its ascent. It trades options too, so it's not won't meet the filter requirements yet. Okay, there's the alert from my watch list for SLDB at 11:10. It did pull back. It's pretty whippy right now, and obviously extended. That's, so if you're going to get into this, you might want to wait to see if it settles down a little bit. This one. KOS 345. So there is some room, a little bit of room for KOS. A huge float though, 395 million in the float. Again, if you're unfamiliar when I keep saying there's some room, you just have to you have to get used to looking left on these higher time frames to see where a stock could potentially stall, where it might hit some resistance. All right, guys, well, you can see that the option plays. Oh, you idiot. Sorry. There we go. No. I forgot to turn the simulator on. Okay, yeah, I forgot to turn the... I have to do something here. Otherwise, it would have taken the SNSS. Keep an eye on the NSS, guys. As long as longer it holds over 6. I mean, look again. Looking left, the next high is 657. So I mean, it's actually getting kind of close. Oh, the weekly Q&A. That's at 5 o'clock Eastern time, Bruce. Not 10 o'clock. Yeah, well, listen, I guarantee it's at 5. That's the one I attend and I help out on. It's at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah. They're all those webinars, Monday to Thursday. They're all at 5 o'clock Eastern time. No matter what it says. Okay. Commodore, if you're having a problem, go to help. Sorry, go to your account and do a reset. Okay, I had minor issues this morning. But that seemed to fix it up. See, my charts are loading pretty well. A little minor lag. Yeah, that's I think they're loading okay now. Boy, look at that PUBM. Challenging 60. PUBM. Earnings play. Fairly new IPO. All right, let's see if this SNSS can get back over 6 and continue. Like I say, it just have a little, maybe that's going to be resistance, though, 657 right here. Okay, AIM. We haven't seen this one for a while. Big down day yesterday. Over the 200-day moving average now. For 40 million. Not a huge float, not a low float. And some volume coming in right here. You can see on that 2-minute chart right here. Here's the volume bar coming in. Definitely keep an eye on SNSS, guys. If it takes back 6. Okay, it doesn't look like the SVRA is going to do what I should say expecting it to do. I mean, I have, all we do is we can just put a price alert. If it happens, it happens. It doesn't, it doesn't. I wasn't expecting it to do it, but if it happened, we'd be aware of it. S's are wild. Look at this. SNSS, SLDB, and SYPR in the basic new highs. Okay, market now. Take a look at the SPY. So after that first 15-minute candle, it was red on the open, now green. So the Dow is basically flat. How strong is this SLDB? I mean, a big pullback down to 1075 and then pops right back up, making a new high. This may show up. No, it's yeah, 199%. So believe it or not, so it's 2,900 contracts today. That's double, but I won't see it unless it hits at least 4 times. So that's okay. Wow, look at that P again, guys. For those of you who like the more expensive plays, and Zach, I'm sure you're going to be looking at this maybe to short it down the road. But look at this. What a move. 32%. It's probably its first earnings release. Released earnings after hours yesterday. There was a reaction. It held after hours, and then the market here's pre-market holding. I thought maybe this downturn would be maybe the mini end of it anyway. It was up to 58. It got down to 53, 50, yeah, just under 53. So it dropped $5 here. But look at this. What a move for PUBM. Pubmatic. To read what they do, it's nothing to do with pubs. Doesn't appear to be anyway. Advertising transactions. All right, guys, again, I still have my alert set for SNSS, just over $6. See if it takes it out a little bit later. Oh, I'm sure. Is it? I'm sure it is. What's the float in it? Yeah, I mean, it's an insanely low float for right now a $60 stock. I mean, that's what you're going to, that's what you're probably going to find. $6 million in the float for a $60 stock. All right, guys, there's SNSS over 6. See how well it holds over 6. Good morning, Sherry. Welcome to the room. Just waiting on this SN. I want to see how well it pops over 6. It's still kind of flirting around there. All right, guys, we have a winner. We have a winner. I traded some of this out. I'm just mildly concerned about this high over here. Okay, that's 660. Is Kodak spiking? Let's take a look at Kodak, KODK. Yeah, lots of volume coming in. I have no idea. There's some news. Report licensing deal with DealMed for production of infrared thermometers. No terms disclosed. Okay, so there was some news. It looks like it hit at 10 o'clock. Yeah, so it didn't hit our news. I'm looking at Interactive Brokers news release. So okay, guys, I'm all out of this. I want to see if it takes up that 635 later. Again, I'm just a little worried about that 560 level up here. Or sorry, 560, 655 level up here for the SNSS. I am live every day, 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Well, not every day. Not Saturday and Sunday. Should qualify that. All right, guys, it is still alive and kicking. SNSS. Again, I can't tell you how to trade it. I'm just pointing out the opportunity. You know how I love my option scanner. I'm not trading the options. I'm trading the stock. It's just showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity today. And my filter, it has to be at least 4 times normal. That's what 430% means. With a minimum of 2,000 contracts. So it's 3,700 contracts. Those are my two major filters. And if you're new to trading, again, I strongly urge you to take a look at this because it's not going to give you too many alerts for the day. You know, there's only one so far. You know, I might only get 4 or 5. I think the most I've ever seen is maybe 12. And they're spaced out. It's not like they all come at once. So I wait for it just because that would be super abnormal activity. Okay, it's you know, you could put 300% like 3 times. You'll get more. You will get more alerts. Maybe you won't get the quality. You know, when I see these, usually they can keep running for a while. So there's no magic to it. There's no magic by putting 400%. It's what I decide. In fact, I had 500% at the beginning, and I dropped it to 4. But it's just going to help really zero in on stocks having really abnormal option trading days. Now, I'm a little, I don't know why it's not taking that trade. Why it didn't take it up here, even though it would be super extended. Not necessarily, Gabrielle. No, it's just, you know, I'm all about seeing, it's like our relative volume, okay? Relative volume. It's just showing stocks that are having a lot of abnormal activity, okay? And, you know, obviously, if it's a stock that is trading 4 times the normal number of contracts is having an abnormal activity day, option-wise. So it doesn't mean that it's going to be 4 times the risk reward or anything like that. It's got nothing to do with that. I just like to see those stocks that are really have abnormal trading days. The only thing I can think of is that it moved so fast, is that it was outside. I think I have a limit of 15 cents. It made it move so fast when I got the alert. Now this one, let's see if this one took. Yeah, guys, there's something's happening here. I'm not happy. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so MGY is the next one on the list. Let's see what sort of... Now, look at the room it's got. You look left. 1329 is the next high. Again, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to get there. I have no idea. It could stop right now. But at least you don't have to worry too much about chart resistance. Okay, until you get up to that 1329 mark, which is about $1 away. And that's the MGY. So let's just keep an eye on this one, MGY. And actually, it's an earnings play. It's an earnings play, guys. So this could be super active. When I say super active, I mean it should be active all day. You know, some of these smaller companies that don't get too much action, you know, the day they release earnings, and that's why it's having abnormal option. I mean, this is 11 times normal option activity for it, 10,000 contracts, which is 11 times normal. Normal meaning the average over the last 10 days. All right, don't look now, but SYPR is starting to come back. There's a big candle here, a couple of bottoming tails here. So yeah, so Sherry, I don't make comments like that, telling you, yes, this stock is a buy, no, this stock is not a buy, okay? You know, number one, I can't do that. I'm not a financial advisor. If you, when you enter the room, there's a big disclosure. And all I'd say is that, you know, I mean, it's pulled back quite a bit. It got up to 270. It's pulled back here. It did have some news. Whether that news is going to sustain it, continue to sustain it, I don't know. Right now, right now, there's no, in my opinion, advantage one way or the other. SPY is now starting to move down again, guys. So that little green candle, short-lived. All right, Ija, you've made me look. MGY starting to move a little bit, guys. Yikes, that CCIV is just getting trashed again today. Whoops. Well, the low of yesterday was down here around 30, 29.56 or so. And if you're unfamiliar with this one, high flyer. They finally announced this is a SPAC. They finally announced the deal is going ahead with Lucid Motors, and they made that announcement, and the stock just crashed. You know, this is Buy the rumor, sell the news. Classic. Okay, Abby, if the charts don't, when you say they don't load, so what I would do is go to your account and just do a reset connection, okay? I noticed my charts were lagging just a little bit this morning, but I just did a reset. When that happens, just go to your account and reset connection. Usually that'll clear it up. Just waiting to see if the MGY really has a big pop in store. I mean, it's got some resistance, and you know, it's far enough away. I don't mind. 1329 right here on that monthly chart. Just not super dynamic right now. So Archie, right here, okay? Right here, if you can see that, hopefully you can see my screen. You see where it says Barry's homepage? You obviously, you went to tech support. So a couple tabs over is my homepage. You're not an idiot. Here's my homepage. So you click on it and this is what you'll see. And then here are all my scans right here. Click here and here are the scans. All the ones that I'm sharing. For those of you in the YouTube room, I'll put my homepage link in there. So if you want to have access to my scans, you can do so. Aha! I knew I'm a smart guy. I have two mice going at the same time. My mouse died on me, so just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. And look at this. Look at the MGY, guys. Okay, I just have to get used to this mouse. Okay. This is my my backup mouse. Okay, so Snarky, it's not. I don't display it. I just have to go to my home page. Okay, go to my home page, click on it, click on the home page link, and when you do that, you'd be brought to my home page, and here are the scans that I'm sharing right there, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? I do that because otherwise I'd be having to post the link in all day long. So again, I just make you guys do a little bit of work. You have to find it. So Richie, all I do is save as default. Okay, so in Brokerage Plus, go to Windows and save as default, and that seems to save everything. I never have an issue. I know some people say they add strategies in and they don't save. I think all you have to do is just Windows, save as default. Okay? You know, I might have an issue, guys. My backup mouse isn't responding now. Yikes. Well, this isn't good. Here we go. Okay. Don't do this. I need a backup to my backup. Okay, the basic new, all you have to do is, if you go to the window, you've downloaded it, right click, configure. And yeah, a little lag here, come on. Okay, so all you have to do, then go to the summary and just uncheck the new lows. Just uncheck that, okay, Keith? Just uncheck the new lows if you just want to see new highs. All right? Oh, just my fault, Christopher. I love my wireless mouse. It just has to be charged every 3 months, and I guess today was the day. I just kind of forgot. But that's why I keep my wired mouse. All right, guys, I'm having a bit of an issue now. Let's see. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, if I can answer, I will. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is, it's almost 10:30. Maybe I'll start right now, okay? Hopefully my mouse does work. I'm just waiting for I don't know how fast that my mouse charges. It's usually pretty quick charge. But I'm going to put this link in here. And this answers many of the questions that you may have regarding Brokerage Plus, okay? Including the defaults, how you configure. So for instance, in my strategy here that I've got on auto, edit trading strategy. So I just, I create what I want. But again, you have to watch that video. You can have entry time, order details, risk management, hold time, the whole bit. So yes, you can. Christopher, the mouse is not broken. It just needs to be recharged. No, this is not dead. SNSS just made another new high, guys. Wow, I'm not in it anymore, but yeah, the video is really good. Okay, it's about a 25-minute long video. It goes over, it goes over all the aspects of using Brokerage Plus, and then if you happen to have an interactive broker's account, you can trade. In fact, it's 10:22. Usually I wait just a little bit longer, but I think what I'll do is I'll just do the big welcome now. So first of all, if you are new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format every day, not every day, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Yeah, so we're looking to add E-Trade, but it's not available yet. I'm gonna talk about that a little bit later, Clevy. Okay. Well, I guess you can say this is a winner. 597, 691. I'm not in it anymore, but I mean, if you're able to hold on, depending how many shares you took, this one is modestly performing. These are the only two so far from my option scanner. And to talk about that, okay, I just Philippe, I just put the link to the video underneath where you just posted that, and I'm going to put the link to my home page also. So, a lot of information on my home page. You click on in the tab right here in the main trading room, my home page. You click on it, and there's the link right there. And when you do click on it, this is what you'll see. So let's just talk quickly about subscriptions. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, all in caps except for numeric 4, of course. 15% off, either the first month only or the entire year of a subscription. So let's see how much it costs. Let me move this down a little bit. Here we go. So we've got 4 plans in essence. We've got the annual and monthly for premium and standard. So the most expensive is the premium, $22.68 a year on an annual basis minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, the main reason why people will take it is they want to have access to the AI, which I'm going to go over. This is what it looks like today so far, nothing really shaking, but I will go over what the AI is all about. You don't have to have an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. So this is 118 and 228. That discount will be applied to the first month only, so the 15% discount to the first month only. More information, I'm going to go over the other information on my homepage. Trade of the week, it's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap of what's kind of happened in the room. I usually do it around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for it here. All the scans, I think this is probably the most popular link in my room or section in my room. Click here. There's the beautiful one, moving higher with unusually strong options. I have others. And a lot of education here on this link. And I like to put this one on its own. The 20 short lessons. Give me a moment. Well, okay, let me ask, or let me answer your question, Fred. Well, you can. I mean, you can take my scan. You know, this is what I've done here, okay? And that video explains it. I mean, not my scan specifically, but you know, if you loaded that window, and then you know, here it is right there. You have to, you know, and that is explained. Load from the cloud, and then it gets added into the strategy tab. And then if you want, you can turn it on. But so it is explained. It's just not my specific window, but you know, just in general, any alert window that you create that you want to have in here. That make sense? All right, guys. So first of all, I just want to talk a little bit in general about what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. So being a scanner, because the question we get so many times, can I use your product with my broker? So it's kind of a twofold question maybe, but we're a scanner first and foremost. It doesn't matter who your broker is. At the very, very worst, what would happen is that you see an alert within Trade Ideas and you have to type the symbol into your order entry into your broker's platform. You know, we do link with many brokers, and I'll go into that just a little bit later, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that we're a scanner first and foremost. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan that I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. And again, one of the ones I'm sharing. Look at this SNSS, holy smokes. So what I've done here is these are the filters that I'm using in this particular scanner. And I'm looking for this is the price range I want between 1 and 20. Current volume is 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times normal, etc. Here are the filters that I'm using. If you load this scan and you don't like the price range, you can change it, okay? If you have a different price range you want to look at, if you have a different minimum volume that you want to see, fine. You can, of course, make any changes you want. This is what I use. So, there's not a programming language that you have to use for Trade Ideas. What we did was, instead of going that route, we said, okay, let's create enough alerts. These are all alerts, you know, new highs, new lows, lots and lots of different types of alerts. These are all real-time alerts. I'm not going to go over them all. And these are the filters. When you see an icon like this, these are the filters. So that's how you kind of start off. You say, okay, let's whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And so that's why I put a price range in. I put a minimum volume in. I put a relative volume, so of high enough that I only want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. So we think that we've created enough alerts and filters that you can create your own scan to see the things that you might want to see. It probably works for 99% of our customers. So we do not force you to learn a programming language. Here. Now, we link with many brokerage platforms. What does linking mean? And it's in our, and this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. But we have a linking tool from the toolbar. Click on Tool, then External Linking, and you can link with many brokerage platforms. All linking is, in this particular case, it's a time saver. You don't have to link, but instead of, if you're like me, you're clicking on a lot of symbols throughout the day, instead of my having to type, you know, the symbol into my order entry, I just click and it loads into the order entry, and then from within my brokerage platform, I can trade. Okay? So hopefully you don't have to link if you don't want to. If you're, you know, if you're only looking at a few symbols a day, it's not that big a deal. And so, and again, if you have a brokerage platform that somehow doesn't link, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Now, here's what that's a little more interesting. This window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. Again, only available in the downloadable application, not available if you're using our web-based version. So you see there's an option up here, Brokerage Plus. One says live and one says simulator, paper trading. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can link your Interactive Brokers account. You click on live. And again, I put that video in a little earlier. Shows you how to do it. You're going to put it in again. Okay, so so if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to actually trade from here instead of using your Interactive Brokers account to trade. I mean, you still have to be connected. You need an IB account, okay? And you need the Pro version, not the Lite version. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, few reasons. And listen, it's not mandatory. If you don't want to use Brokerage Plus, if you have an IB account and you don't care about using this, that's fine also. You don't have to. It's just an option that you might want to take advantage of. So for instance, I click on SNSS. I check the chart. I think, yeah, I'd like to trade it. I go back to SNSS, right click, hover over that top where it says trade. Notice I've got these options now. This is what we call one-click trading options. Why are these here? Well, if you watch the video, you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So you pick how you want to trade it, and you just click on it, and then it'll trade it. So it's very, very close to almost auto trading. It's what we call one-click trading. And that is if you have a Brokerage Plus account, okay? And then you can use, there's other things you can do, but I just showed you the basics. These are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of a position, I just flatten it. If I want to get out of half, if I want to double my position, so these are hotkeys. Okay, now the other big use of this is as a simulator. So I will encourage you very strongly that if you're new to trading, before you start committing money to the market, practice trading. We have a simulator, paper trader, whatever you want to call it, uses our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, he's using our real-time data. And you can notice that when I click on an alert, the symbol loads right there. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're buying, if you want to go long, you buy. If you're going to sell short, you sell. Okay, probably if you're new, you're not going to bother with shorting very much. Right here, you just flatten it. Flatten. So highlight it, flatten it. Okay, that'll get you out of the trade. Okay, now I'm going to show you how you can use it. A lot of people like to play, say, pullbacks. So let's just see if I can find one that might make a little bit of sense. I'm just as a demonstration. Getting a little. Getting a little chart lag now for me, guys. So the limit out, what that does, again, Fred, if you read the video or watch the video, it'll show you. So limit out means, okay, get me out and I can put, get me out wherever it is at the ask, but I will go a certain amount away. Okay, like I mean, if I And let's just, it's the same limit basically as this. Let's say I want to take this trade at 557 in, say, an auto trade mode. I may not be able to get it right at 557 because it's moving fast. So what the limit does, when you establish a limit, you say, okay, I get the alert at 557. I'm willing to go 5 cents higher or 10 cents higher or whatever that number is in order to take the trade. If it's beyond that, then it's not. Then I won't take the trade. As an example, okay? Now, let me see if the lag. Okay, that was just sort of momentary. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at SM. Let's just say you wanted to take this trade, but you didn't want to take it right now at 14.39. Maybe you wanted to take it on a pullback. Okay, I'm just using this as a demonstration. Maybe a pullback. This mouse is going to drive me crazy. Just a second. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I don't want to say a bad word out in the room. Just a minute. Right. Okay, where was I? So we're going to look at SMM or SM, okay? So let's just say I thought, if it pulled back down to 14, or maybe here in the 5 minute, if it pulled back to 1384, I might like to take that trade. So you pick how many shares you want to do this. I'm going to put 500. And you put those two prices in. For 1385, you put them in these boxes here. And click buy. And you'll see there will be a nice big blue, dark blue line. It'll appear on the chart. Okay, so there's the blue line on the chart. So if SM goes down to 1385, it'll take the trade on a pullback. Okay, and I know a lot of people like to do that, so that's why I usually demonstrate it first. Also, we could have done it the other way. In other words, if I thought there was a level above the price, that if it took that out, I might like to get into the trade. Maybe there's a resistance area on top here. If it popped through that, I'd like to take the trade. So of course, then I would have just put two prices above the current price, and then you would have seen a big blue line on top. Okay? So now let's take a trade right now. Let's take the MGI right now, okay? I want to show you, and let's see, what is it, at 1232. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market because the spread is just a penny. Oh, I see. Okay, so it added because it took it on the auto trader, so it actually added. I'd like to do another one. Boy, this is really... My backup mouse is not really performing that well. It's brand new. Let's take Jan. Let's take Jan right here, okay? Yeah, bit of just as a demonstration, because I want to talk about placing stops, position sizing, and getting used to the idea that not every trade is going to work. So you have to have an area where you're going to get out of the trade with a manageable loss. How about TGC? It's at yesterday's high. I'm just going to take it. I just want to show you how you do it. I'm going to take, Yeah, so the spread is, it's not terrible. Okay, so it just took 500 shares at the market. So there it is at 409. I'm going to put a stop at ahead of time. You have to know where your stop is, okay? But I'm just using, I want to put some math in that that's going to make it easy. And say at 389, which is actually not that bad. It's the low of that candle. Why am I going to use 389? You're going to see. So I'm going to add the stop order. I'm going to put 389. Again, this is just an example. So look what happens. A red line appears on the chart. So if I allow this just to run down to 389, it'll take me out for just about a $100 loss. So again, when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if it's not working. Okay, you just can't be stubborn and obstinate and you let your ego get into the way, saying, it's a great setup. I've read good things about the company. It's got to work. Okay. The key, if you want to maintain any sort of a career or even part-time basis in trading stock, you have to be able to manage your losses because you're going to have losses. So how much you're going to, so why did I put a 20-cent stop here? Put a stop 20 cents because that will share size me. So what do I mean by that? So the other concept is, okay, you have to know where your stop is, and you're going to say, well, how do I know where my stop is? Well, that is going to come with experience. That's why you should use the simulator, okay, a lot. You'll get some practice, where stops, like good areas of stops. Why? I only put this stop 20 cents away just to make this math easy, but I mean, in theory, it wouldn't be a terrible stop, okay? But a lot of times what you'd be doing is you'd be looking at the chart, you'd be looking at maybe a consolidation area so that if it broke down through that consolidation area, you should be out of the trade. You might be looking at a moving average, This, again, is going to come with experience. So I put it 20 cents away to make this math easy because the next idea is that, okay, I know where my stop is. How many shares should I take? Well, again, the next concept is this, is that if you have, say, a $5,000 account, you're not going to be wanting to risk $1,000 a trade. Okay, let's just say your account size dictates that you could risk $100 a trade. So, in this particular case with the TGC, if I have a 20-cent stop, I would divide that into $100 and I get 500 shares. That's why I pick 500 shares. 500 shares times a 20-cent stop equals $100. So if you had 500 shares and the trade works against you, 20 cents, you get out, you should lose not more than $100. Within reason. I mean, sometimes you're going to get slippage, etc. Okay? So that is the concept behind stops and having a risk amount per trade, which is dictated really by your account size. So I've said all that, and you might be nodding your head going, okay, I get it. That makes sense. I really hadn't considered the idea of a stop or even, a certain dollar amount per trade that I'm going to risk. So what happens is you do place it, and then TGC starts to move down towards your stop, and you say, well, maybe I don't have enough chart reading experience. Maybe I put that stop too tight, so I'm going to reduce it. I'm going to move my stop down more, okay? And it starts, so now instead of that $100 loss, we're at 242 if it hits that price. It starts to move down to that price. You think, again, I think this is going to work, so I want to move my stop down again. In other words, disobeying your stop. Now you keep doing that, and all of a sudden that nice little $100 manageable loss turns into $500. You finally sell, and and it's a brutal feeling. It really is. So, how to get over that? You leave the stop in place, and you take all of the emotion out of the trade, and you let it hit the stop, and you're out of the trade. Okay? And, you know, I mean, I want to say it's that simple. It sounds simple, but I guarantee that, you know, the first few times you just will not want to believe that this trade is not going to work, you know, because everything seemed to set up beautifully. Now, the other thing you can start doing too is, excuse me, let's say the trade really starts to work well. You can start moving this line up like a trailing stop, you know, putting it in at another area of support that if it broke down on the chart, you should be out. So you can kind of keep moving this line up and up as the price increases, kind of like a trailing stop. The other thing is that you don't have to wait to get stopped out. You know, if I didn't like the way it was trading right now, you know, I could just go and flatten the trade, just get out of the trade. Okay? Or I could get out half the trade, or I could double if I really loved what it was doing. So that is how, I mean, I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay, Hiran, I see your question. You cannot, oh, the single, are you talking about the single stock window? How to reduce, I don't think you can in the, yeah, I don't think you can just pick this. I mean, you can reduce font size, but I think it's going to affect everything. You know, from tools, options, and then where in the general section where it says fonts, here's where you can size it, but I believe it affects everything. Not just, you can't just pick one window and do it. Now we're starting to get a few, I'm seeing we're starting to get a few alerts now from, yeah, so you cannot just pick one window and reduce, okay? Or increase. It's all or nothing. Another SPAC showing up today. So we have some real cheap ones showing up in the options plays. And meanwhile, Hoth is just a severe rippage here. It will not show up. It doesn't trade options. Okay, now you'll hear me say this all the time. So this showed up in the options plays, okay? PAGP. But I would not take this because if you look left, even though it took it in the auto trader. So what I'm going to do is, you know, I will get out of it immediately, okay? Because when I look left, I see some Okay, just give me a moment here. Don't know why that happens. So when I look left and look on the daily chart, I see two highs at 949. Too close, in my opinion. It's too close. Look where it got up to. It got 938. So it's too close to those. Now, if it can take that out, you know, then it's got a shot to get into this area. So, you know, not all symbols that we get from the option plays are created equal. You know, if I don't see a lot of room on the higher time frames, then I'll take a pass. So it traded, yes, it traded in the auto trader. And what I would do is I would, you know, just quickly exit the trade. So remember I was talking about the TGC. And it took me out. Where's the line? Obviously, it took me out on where I put my stop. Oh, I think I just flattened it. I'm sorry. I just flattened it on my own. Yeah, I think I accidentally flattened some things, guys, while I was, you have to be a little careful, because sometimes these symbols will jump around, and so you want to make sure you know what you're flattening. So what I'm going to do is, because, I think it's to do with this, my mouse too. So let me just clear this out. Okay, I just want to clear it out because I think what happened is I got out of a couple of trades I didn't want to. Again, this is in the simulator. Well, I mean, the question is CLF still a consideration of a trade of the week? Probably not. Well, I mean, listen, if all of a sudden it pops up back to that 1733, I think that was the trigger. I mean, it did okay the first day. It did get up to almost 18, but it certainly didn't sustain. The market has been, no, I see the market has actually turned around now, the Dow and the SPY a little bit. But yeah, to me, would have to re-trigger at 1733. Boy, you talk about, I don't know if any of you guys, well, I was explaining a lot of things. I know Zach and maybe William, they like to short these top. Look at the drop here. So we were talking about this one earlier. This is an earnings play. What's the spread like? 55. It's not terrible for 6 million in the float. It wouldn't have mattered. I mean, even a 40-cent spread, if it's going to drop if it's going to drop $5. I don't know if anybody took that. Okay, sorry. I try to catch up on some questions. What do I think of FSR? I know you asked that. Did it have some news? I can't remember if it had some news today. Inks deal, MOU with Foxconn to develop EV. Well, I don't know. If you're asking me to analyze the news and whether I think the news is good enough to keep it and swing it, I really don't know. You would have to really dive into that more. I can't make any suggestions like that. I mean, there's the high over here. Looks like it got up to that high in the pre-market. What did it get up to? 21. What's the high looking left? 2064. So it's hard for me to make a recommendation like that. All these SPACs, all these companies that are looking to merge with, especially with EV, in that sector. I mean, everybody hopes and dreams that it'll, before it crashed, it'll do a CCIV. Whether they do or not, I mean, that's Lucid seems to be, seem to be a bit of a darling that they were trying to merge with. I don't know enough about that FSR. You'd really have to read it yourself. Okay, they're trying to slough it off, but I mean, these SPACs are very tricky. Who they're merging with and what the sentiment is going to be is, difficult to know. Well, I know a lot of you like following GameStop. It's actually having a pretty good day here, challenging that 50 level. Okay, so Keith, if you click on Tools, Options, okay, so from the toolbar, Tools, Options, in the General, okay, and then down here is the fonts. and you can pick your font and your size. You know, Peter, sometimes you get a little, you can be a little irritating. I mean, you know, the news on SNSS, I mean, I know you're saying discount the news, but the only reason it went up is because there was some news. Whether we think the news is enough to sustain this, of course not, probably not, but that's why, I mean, that was the attraction. There was no other reason, okay? So, you know, I know you seem to be all over, you know, discounting news and all, but I mean, when it's, you know, these little bios, even if it looks like it's a fluffy press release, whatever the reason is, if traders want to pile into it, that's usually a catalyst. No, I know, but you're talking FSR. I mean, they're, you know, to me, with those SPACs, in my opinion anyway, you really have to kind of have an idea about who they're merging with, attempting to. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox on that one. Actually, we're getting quite a few cheap ones today in the options, which is a little interesting. A lot of these cheap ones don't trade options, but this one does. WMC. So again, look left. What do we see? 328 is a little bit above that, and then 338. See, it just doesn't have enough room, in my opinion. I mean, it could get up here, but it just, to me, doesn't have enough room. So I'm just going to flatten out of this trade. You know, I like to see stocks that have a lot more room that they could run to. Same probably with REI. I don't see. Let's see. What sort of room does it have? Well, maybe not. Let's see. REI. What's the high right there? Is so this has a little bit more room. Certainly on the monthly chart. The high is 230 there, so it's above that. And the next high in the monthly chart is around 331. So this definitely has some room. And on the weekly, you can see it's broken out. On the daily, it's broken out. What was the trigger at? 248. So it's not too bad. So again, it's up to you to if you want to take the trade. You know, I'm not going to tell you to take the trade, but it certainly has room. It does have some room to run. 57 million in the float, so it's not super low, not excessive. Trading a lot, almost 10 million right now. So Fred, I don't know how I can help you. I mean, okay, so what I've done in this one, order details, I'm in at $5,000 a trade, and that's why it will never just take 100 shares. If you're putting $10,000 order size in the position sizing, to me it's almost impossible that it's just going to take 100 shares all the time. It is working. Okay, it is working. All right, then maybe I misunderstood your question. Okay, guys. So unfortunately, when I just because I made a couple of errors, I think because of my mouse. I wanted to really bring draw your attention to this max P&L and the distance from the exit price. And so what this is telling me, hopefully maybe we can take some other trades so it'll look a little more obvious. But the distance from the exit price, as an example, it says 1 cent. That means that from where I exited, it has gone up a penny. What you really want to see is a big negative number, okay? Because this will help you. A lot of people say, well, gee, man, I'm terrible on my exits. I'm leaving too much on the table, etc., etc. And it's common with all of us, all right? But this will kind of give you an idea about how good are your exits. So if you saw a distance from the exit price, of $1, that means that, from where you exited, it is tacked on another dollar. Max P&L, the same thing. I mean, I'd like to see get some other ones in here. Because the max P&L, what that's telling me is that, let's just say that max P&L said $100. And when I closed out, I lost $44. That wouldn't be obviously a very good exit. You would never want to see, a profit turn into a loss, as an example. And so, this is a bad example because, I exited immediately because I didn't like the resistance for WMC. I'm looking here on that chart. It may rip, but I just didn't like this chart. Can't know ahead of time, of course, when we get an alert in the option scanner. I can't know ahead of time whether or not there's going to be a lot of resistance. That's why you click, you take a look at the charts and you start to analyze it just a little bit and say, I really don't want to take this. Yeah, probably I can't give any advice, again, chasing, the 15, 2, 5, the only nice thing maybe is that there's a little red bar forming. Me, I'd have to wait for a little bit of consolidation. The nice thing is that it is, it's taking all this out today. Yeah, so if you are holding, I don't know if this actually got stopped out, CLF, if it got stopped out. It is the 20 SMA. I think that's it right there. So I have a feeling that this is stopped out if you obeyed the stop. So if you took CLF the first day when it triggered at 733 and you did not, sell it, get rid of anything, even though it hit 18, because listen, they are designed for longer term trades. I believe there is your stop right there. That's a 20 SMA. So in theory, if you're following it, you should not be in the trade. Now, even if you weren't stopped out, let's say it was still up here. I never hold the stocks or earnings. That's just a personal 100% absolute rule that I follow. I don't care what I read. I never hold through earnings. This is an earnings play, okay? This is one of these, but look at where it is. It's right near the 200-day. It's actually an earnings play. This got beaten up 2 days ago. Now, all the Brazilian stocks just got really hit hard that day. I think the government put a general in charge of PBR, and that caused PBR plus a lot of the Brazilian stocks just to tank. Little comeback yesterday, but there's that 200-day. It is an earnings play, so it is up a little bit, but till it takes out that 200-day, I don't think it's going anywhere. Well, guys, MGI is starting to perform here. Taking a little bit of time, but it's starting to perform modestly. Let's see if it can take out that 1250. All right, give me one moment, please. What time is it? 11:07. Be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. I know a lot of you are following ZOM. Maybe a little move. I mean, what did it hit in the pre-market? It got up to 227. So that's the high this week, and looking left 257. So it's got a little bit of room. I know some of you are following this ZOM. So let's just take the average. Okay, so when you say take the AI for a test drive, what exactly do you mean by that, Flying Monkey? What do you mean? You mean auto trading it? There's no video on how to use the AI in. All right, well, I don't want to be flip about it, but there's really nothing to it. All I would do is I would have this window open, okay? And so from the toolbar, click on New, and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. My goodness, I didn't even talk about the AI. Dan is going to fire me. Let me talk about the AI. So this will show you also, Flying Monkey. Okay, so this is what our AI is all about. We have approximately 50, what we call baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine. Just one moment, please. So the AI gets to work on an optimization routine with those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night. Out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. Actually yesterday, a lot made the cut also. Now, I always say this, I don't care what strategies make the cut from where they come. You notice we've got 3 different versions of the AI, Holly. I wouldn't even pay attention to all that, okay? All I would do is this. From the toolbar, click on New, and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? When you do that, here is your window. You'll have a real-time entry. You'll have a stop. Again, you don't have to take the trade right at the time. You can take a look and analyze it a bit, especially when you said you're not auto trading it. And that's really it. There's not a heck of a lot more to it than that. You know, I would take this window, I would incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. Whoops. Okay, and then, you know, manage the trade as you see fit. You know, I'm interested in this IMMR. You know, it's in the price range that I happen to like. I haven't taken it yet. Okay, so I mean, really, not much more I can add to that. Yeah, simple, exactly. Simple, simple, simple. My opinion is that people get so hung up on wanting to know what each one of these strategies is looking for, what it's trying to find, etc., etc. What is Holy Grail? What's the difference? What's the difference? You know, do we really care whether we get an alert from Holy Grail, Holly 2.0? I mean, do we really care? All I care about, and I always sort on this column, the aggressive profit percent column, because I want to see the most active stocks all day long. The other thing that I would do, Flying Monkey, is make sure you add in these columns, the reentry time and reentry price. If you don't see them, then right click, go to columns and add. They're in alphabetical order and add them in. Okay? The reason being is that, for instance, if a stock hits if a stock hits the stop at any point during the day, and it doesn't have to be the reason it's out. I mean, where's the stop here? If, let's just say for argument's sake, you know, IMMR 1101 and it goes up to 1150 and you exit. And then later on in the day, it comes all the way back down to 1045. It actually hits the stop price. You're already out of the trade, but it hits the stop price. And then I sort of disagree. I know what they're trying to do. You will get, if it goes halfway, if it hits the stop price and it gets halfway between the original entry, 1101 and 1045, you'll get a real-time alert. Okay, you'll see the reentry price and you'll see the time. I kind of disagree with what they're doing. I like to see what the reentry price was because it's just simple math. You know, it's automatically calculated. Just the difference halfway between the entry and the stop. They think that this is a cleaner look. I don't know. I kind of like to see the price because what I can also do then is just put a price alert myself. I mean, look, I can calculate it, but why not have it already done here? But anyway, what'll happen is if this one, for instance, what is it, 4620, there's the entry, 45. So if it gets up to, you know, quick math, about 4560 or so, what is it now, 4560? Yeah, so if it, which would be about halfway between 4620 and 45, you'll get an alert. The idea is this, is that maybe the AI was just a little bit early on the original alert, and it's giving you a second opportunity to get into the trade. There's an argument to be made that if all you did was trade the reentries, you know, you might even do better. Now, some days you might not get any. You know, yesterday I think we had 4 or 5. You cannot, no, the AI doesn't work like that, Faisal. Okay, the AI doesn't work that you can't just trade your stocks from the AI. Yeah, there's some definitely, the Wall Street boys, the bets guys, they're definitely getting active here. Bollinger Band. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back in here. Sorry about that. You cannot put price parameters on the AI, no. Which would only really come into effect if you were looking to auto trade, okay? And because, I mean, you don't get so many alerts. If you don't like the price, then, you know, the price range, then you just don't take the trade. Now, a word about, second here. A word about auto trading the AI, because I know a lot of you are just, you know, you really want to try it. So here's my suggestion to see how it would work. You have to have our premium service. All you have to do is turn all the strategies on. You see, I've got Holly AI off. If I just highlight them all and just enable them, enable 17 strategies. Now they're all on. I'm going to turn them off. I don't auto trade the AI. Okay, but before you even try to auto trade the AI, you can do it in the simulator, and then you'll see how it works. Okay. AMC is getting a little interesting. I mean, the highs over here around 10. What's CNK doing? I want to see if it's a sector more than just a Wall Street bets play. So CNK is also moving. You know, again with maybe theaters beginning to open up a little bit again. Thoughts on NOG? That's a high float, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay, I thought it was higher than that. Well, of course, extended on the 15s right now. Nice break on the daily. And looking left. So it's a 1393. So it's a little bit above that high right there, which is 1380. So that's nice. Let's back it out on the monthly chart. What do we see? I mean, it's got some room. You know, I always like to see it, you know, the whole number. It might stumble there at 14. But then if you look left, then the next high is 1550. So, I mean, I guess it's got some room. You know, it's an energy play. I mean, energy is pretty, you know, in the last little while, of course. Here is what is energy doing today? Or there's XLE, there's one of the ones in the energy sector. Of course, most sectors are up now. Look at this, look at the turnaround in the Dow, SPY, and more importantly, the Qs. Look at the turnaround in the Qs. Like modestly positive now. Thoughts on TMO? Question from the YouTube room. TMO. Okay, this is way out of the price range that I like to trade. I don't know. I really no thoughts on it. I mean, it's in a downtrend. I mean, you got to hope if you're trying to go long in this that this holds right here. Just looking at the chart. I mean, it's definitely. I don't see a huge advantage right now. I don't know. Are you looking to short it? You know, if you're looking to short it, it would probably have to take out that 453, and then underneath, it's got some room down here. Yes, okay, so I will, Richie, I really encourage you, if you have not watched that video, it's more than likely the limit offset. Okay, because again, have you watched the video, the B plus video, and talking about limit offsets, etc.? My guess, that's my guess, is that your limit offset is too tight. So for instance, if I look, this is turning into a nice little winner, guys. It's been pretty steady, MGY. So you see, here's your limit offset. If I don't know what, so if you take any one of the AI alerts that you've turned, or AI strategies that you've turned on, and you right click and go and edit, re-enter long trading, check to see what the limit offset is. I don't know what the default is that you might have. If it's 3 cents or 4 cents, it's possible that you're not going to get too many fills, because if the stock is relatively quick and it's got a not a great spread, you may not get very many fills. Okay, remember what the limit offset is all about. I get an alert, 875, okay? Even if I'm trying to trade in auto fashion, auto trade, I may not be able to get it right at 875. Maybe it's moving pretty quickly. So again, the limit offset is saying, okay, how far outside of the alert am I willing to take the trade? If you put a penny or 2 cents, you may not get fills at all, depending how quickly a stock is moving. Now, if you're bound and determined to do that, that's fine, because sometimes, maybe I get an alert at 875, it goes up to 880, and it pulls back to 875. That is where this option, the time and force, okay? So again, I don't trade the AI in auto fashion, but what this is 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That means that when I get the alert, even if it didn't take the trade immediately, maybe because it was outside the offset, if it comes back, that trade, it'll try to take the trade for up to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. I mean, that is completely up to you what you put. And this happens to be 3 minutes and 20 seconds. You want to put 10 minutes? Fine. Yeah, I wouldn't trade. I wouldn't do it at market, Richie. I think it's better to go limit and then limit offset. Get into that habit. You get into something that has a horrible spread. All right, so I do want to just briefly, okay, obviously we had a huge winner here, the SNSS, okay. MGY is, it's performing nicely, 1230, what did it get up to, 1260, continues to move. PAGP, let's see, what happened, PAGP, still in the air, but remember what I was saying, I think there's too much resistance, not that far away, so I wouldn't take this trade. I think the RRD 339, I think it was the same. So the RRD actually had some room, it didn't work. It sort of worked. I mean, it got up to 351. So on a percentage basis, that's not bad. So I guess, it did have some room here. The REI though, I know the WMC, definitely resistance. I wouldn't have taken that trade. Look at all the resistance on the daily. The REI, let's see, at 248, look left. Yeah, so I mean, it did have some room, and I think we might have popped just a little bit. 248 got up to 267. So on a percentage basis, if you got in right here, I'm not a huge fan of the cheaper ones, but it is what it is. All right, so I'm just getting some alerts here. Momentum, AEHR. FSR, Fisker. Yeah, coming off the bottom here. Pre-market highs up to up at 21. Okay, Faisal, let me see if I can understand your question. So are you talking about within the AI, if a stock appears in the AI that happens to be on your watch list? Is that what you mean? And then you trade it? Is that what you mean? I mean, you may not get very many trades because, all depends on what's on your watch list, of course. So is that what you mean, though? So you have a watch list, and if there happens to be an AI trade that, okay, corresponds, well, you have a stop. So if you want to obey that stop, okay, so you can make the AI watch out. Okay, so you have a stop. So let's just say, for argument's sake, IMMR was on your personal watch list, and coincidentally, it happens to show up in the AI, and you took the trade, in this area. Well, the AI says, here is your stop. Now you don't have to obey it completely, but that is the suggested stop. So does that answer your question? All right, guys. What time is it? 11:30. I will be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Trend Spider. Yeah, Trend Spider Panda. Okay, guys, so listen up. Today is Wednesday, therefore, at noon I take a break, okay? And then from 12 to 1 of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. And today is Wednesday, so that is Michael Noss. So all of you, if you have questions about Brokers Plus, maybe trading your Interactive Brokers account, you have questions about auto trading, strategies, things like this, today's your day. Okay, if you can stick around, what time is it now? 11:34. So at noon, from 12 to 1, Michael will be in that YouTube room. I'll put the link in. So you want to head over while I'm taking a break, because I know there's a lot of questions. He is absolutely our expert on all of this. Okay, so stick around if you can. That to you, Faisal. You know, and I know there are probably a lot of questions. He's going to also say, you know, watch the video and all, but you know, again, he is way more an expert than I am on using it. Let's call on the Nog. Somebody, whoever mentioned Nog before. That's a great call. It still has room. Yeah, remember I was saying it still has some room. I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Stop loss. I selected dollars. But you know what? I mean, if you're going to wait 25 minutes, under the alert configuration, you're not talking about an alert window. Are you talking about, again, where are you talking? Well, you can't come. Okay, so the A windows, okay, alerts are ORs. So they're not ANDs, okay? So if you're talking about, if those are two alerts, then no, they're ORs. Filters are ANDs. Okay, I will put that. And Ibra, you know what? I mean, if you are talking about the stop loss and all that, you should stick around for at least 25 minutes, because I'm sure you'll have other questions. And go over to the YouTube room. It's not, you know, don't go now. I mean, there's no point going now. He's not there yet. But here is the link to our YouTube room. And he'll be there at about noon. Okay? So another less than 25 minutes. Because I don't quite know what you mean. Well, guys, I'd say that, you know, MGY, is it as dynamic as some of the others? But no, but it's pretty steady right now. MGI, pretty steady. You know, this NLS and Nautilus is sinking again. It's almost at yesterday's low. Let's see if yesterday's low holds it. And that would be 9:45. It was an earnings. It was an earnings play on the 22nd after hours. And it got thumped. Yeah, so the reopening of gyms, etc. Let's call real on the FSR. Okay, next, nice call on FSR from Zach. No, I have no. Okay, if you're asking me what I think is going to happen, I have no. Oh, that's such a cheap one too. No idea. I don't trade. The earnings plays. Number one. Yeah, so I do see it's after hours today. I have no thoughts. I don't trade earnings. It's that simple. I don't trade earnings. I don't care what I read about a company. Oh man, I hear this is going to explode on earnings. This and that. I don't care. I don't trade earnings. It does. Are you talking about GTE? I mean, it does have a lot of options, but it's not abnormal. It's only half of what it's been averaging, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. So in the simulator, John, you start off with $100,000. Okay. If you get rid of every single trade at the end of the day, you'll start off with 100,000 tomorrow too. I should have mentioned this earlier, if you don't get out of a trade, in other words, you can practice swing trading in the simulator, then it'll carry over. But then, of course, your buying power, you won't have 100,000 tomorrow. Okay, did that answer your question? Well, even if they're honest about earnings, even if they, their guidance is bang on or they're guide a little higher, I don't care. I mean, I've seen too many times. How many times in this room has somebody said, I don't understand it? Earnings were great, guidance was great, this was great, stock tanks. I'm sorry. I did see your. I did see you mention that one earlier. I forgot to get to it. All-time high. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, when you ask my thoughts, I mean, obviously it's a very strong stock right now. It's an all-time high. But if you're asking me, should I buy it right now? I can't. Of course, I can't counsel you or advise you to do that. But it certainly is a nice. It certainly is a nice one. I mean, and this was an AI alert yesterday, I guess, right? 1584. So yeah, so this would have been a nice carryover. There's no filter, no. Well, let me just check. I don't think so, though. That is just a, yeah, I don't think so. It's just an alert. I mean, you can try things like change, okay? So the change in 1 minute or 2 minutes, a big percent, okay, 1, 2, 5. I mean, here you have different changes. So you could try that. I mean, that might mean like a change in 1 minute. You can either use a dollar or a percent. That might mean that it's, as a filter that it's running up. Well, then you could definitely use the change, to have a price increase. And you go down to 1 minute. Yeah, every day it'll start with $100,000 exactly. Now we are adding it. It doesn't quite. Let me see if this is going to work yet. This calendar function feature is going to be. It's just sort of it's in its infancy. Okay, so you can go back and you can see your trades, the profit. They'll actually have a nice little graph. It'll show you the trades that you took. And it's only. You see, it's a little buggy because it seems to take a while for this to pop up. But anyway, but yes, you're right. You'll start off with 100,000 every day if you close out every trade at the end of the day. But the calendar feature will at least allow you to track your previous trades. But it's not quite ready yet. This is a pink sheet stock, okay, NVOS. All right, guys. So again, it's getting closer to noon where I take my break. I'm going to pop the YouTube link in again. Like you have questions about using Brokerage Plus, you have an IB account, you want to practice trading, simulation, you want to practice your own strategies, auto trading, all of that sort of stuff. Michael will be there at noon. Okay, and I have to keep saying it. He is our expert on all of this, so I'm just going to put that link in. Yeah, so I am not a good rebound player. I mean, I'll just flat out tell you. It looks like it's crawling off the bottom here. I mean, there's 6. Looks like 6 was a nice hold. It looks like 5 was a nice hold. Looks like it's trying to crawl off the bottom. The only thing I would say is that, I'd like to get some volume. There's a little bit of volume on that 2-minute chart, but I'd like to get some volume to keep it moving. I mean, this was such a huge winner. This is one I traded in the pre-market. I mean, my day was done. My pre-market trade with this, but I'd like to see some volume though. Wouldn't you like to see a little bit more volume coming in? See if it can sustain that little move off 5. That's what I'd be looking for. Yeah, so William, I think the problem is that maybe in, okay, the question was how to integrate trade ideas with TrendSpider. Let me just see if the beta is available on the website again. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, okay, so if you download the beta, so just give me a moment here. So William, if you go to my home page and go to the download, so I'll show you what I'm talking about. The question was how to integrate trade ideas and TrendSpider. Okay, so William, if you go to my home page, click on that home page link, and this is what you're going to see. And you see it says download software. So go to that and scroll down until you see the beta. The production version doesn't have it, and okay, but if you download the beta, and then what you'll see is when you go to Tools, External Linking. See, I'll just for fun edit the link, and you'll see down here you'll pick the rules, and there is TrendSpider. So when you want to establish your link, you do click on the rule and you click on TrendSpider. And then that'll establish the link between Trade Ideas and TrendSpider, okay? But you have to download the beta. So this is starting to move, though. I mean, they are starting to get some volume here in the 2 minute. I mean, you are starting to get some volume. I mean, this is just extraordinary volume. 130 million shares with 11 million in the float. I'm going to be way under. I think I said maybe this will trade the float. Well, this is already over 10 times now. Yeah, no, you can be connected to many different programs at the same time. You know, I got my TradingView here, and this is Interactive Brokers. If I had TrendSpider, yeah, you can be connected to, as long as you can establish the connection, yes. You're not limited to just one. Doesn't affect it at all, no. All right, guys, well, that looks like it's over for the MGY. You know, is it shortable? It is actually shortable, too. All right, guys, the time is at 11:52, so, you know, a very short period of time. But that SPY had a great move. I mean, look at that move on the SPY. Remember, at one point we were negative. You know, this looked a little ominous right here. We had popped up on the pre-market, but then it started to give it up before the market opened. Looked like it was going to continue down, and now we're having a nice little rally day again. Oh, William, I'm sorry. I put the wrong link in there. I'm sorry. Okay, there's my homepage link. I'm sorry, I put the wrong link in if you're still listening to me. So when you go to my homepage, and then at the top there should be download software, and then scroll down until you see the beta. Ah, I see Airy. Yeah, Airy showed up in my options plays. Okay. Well, that one, Fin V. I didn't. I know Tiger was popping a little this morning. Yeah, this has been. This was. I mean, this really performed poorly, even compared to Tiger. I know they all pulled back. We have a very active little swing trader tab right there. Okay, guys. Those of you into swing trading, just have to find the swing trading tab within the main room. Lots of activity in there. I don't really. That's really for you guys. You know, I'm not much of a swing trader, so that's why. But that's why I created the tab for you. All right, guys. So I am going to put my announcement in that I'll be taking my break, and I'm just waiting for Michael to alert me when he gets into the YouTube room. So I'll just stick it here. Okay, rebound here. WKHS. There's a nice little rebound here off the bottom. Again, just got hammered on the news that they did not get the USPS contract, but I think they're trying to contest it. The USPS contract seemed to have gone to OSK. Okay, so Adil, hang on for another 3 minutes because Michael is going to be in the room, okay? And hopefully he'll be able to answer that question. Okay? And he's our Brokerage Plus expert. So just hang on. One moment, please. All right, so Michael is in the room. Okay, so I'm going to stop. You can probably hear me, Michael. Obviously, you can hear me, so I'm going to stop the stream right now. You've got some. I've loaded people into the room for you. Lots of questions about B plus, IB, etc. So I'm going to stop my stream now.
All right, guys, apologies. Just getting everything set up and hidden. And if I do this right, you should be able to see my screen here. Just checking out, making sure that my voice and everything kind of carries over here. Okay, perfect. So again, if you guys are new here, we give Barry an hour off. We open the chat up to Q&A, and we just kind of shoot the shit about whatever questions you may have, talk about the markets, talk about kind of whatever you want. My name is Michael Noss. I'm Bonpara on Twitter and YouTube. And I kind of focus on the statistical side of things with trading. So I build a lot of the algos for Holly, and I do a lot of the auto trading and things like that. The math nerd of trade ideas. So again, please ask questions. We generally don't have anything prepared when we get here, so questions help out and stop me from just waffling on about random nonsense. First question I see that I think Barry kind of left for me is that, sorry, dog's there. Protecting me, I think, from a delivery driver. So apologize for that, but okay. So the first question I see is there's something wrong with Brokerage Plus. You can't get it going there. So the first question is always, what is your data plan? What's the data plan that you're paying the name of the data plan that you're paying out of pocket Interactive Brokers for? My name is Michael. I'll just put my YouTube here. I've been consulting now with Trade Ideas for many years now. Here it is. So yeah, so the gentleman with issues with Brokerage Plus, what's the name of the data plan that you're shelling out your hard-earned cash each and every month for? Generally, that's where the problems occur. I'm sure you've been sent this intro video before, but if you haven't had a chance to watch it, definitely take your time and go through there. It's, lays out step by step exactly what you've got to here. Where is it here? Exactly what you have to do, and I talk about in detail the data plan that you need. And why you need that data plan. So it's really important that you have that correct data plan and up to date, because things like the bid ask spread, the last price, where the stock is going, we actually don't generate that data ourselves with Trade Ideas. What we do is we run a check against Interactive Brokers. So say, for example, I had this algo out, right? And it just triggered at $39.95. Now, so again, I need the name of the data plan. A data plan is professional, is not the name. There's certain ones that will work and certain ones that won't. I talk about in that video what ones you should look for. But the issue is if your data plan doesn't cover the exchange you want and it doesn't cover the live level 2 of that exchange, what you have is basically Interactive Brokers delays their prices by 15 minutes. So what's happening is Brokerage Plus from the Trade Ideas side has the real-time price, and Interactive Brokers is sending us back a price that happened 15 minutes ago, and this will break literally everything in the system. So what you're looking for, and as I talked about in the video, it's called like the real-time US equity snapshot futures combo. It's not a user-friendly name by any means, but anything other than that snapshot, you will get issues. And if you're paying for it every month, then for sure you've got, it's listed right on your page. So you can just go and look at that and let me know if you've got the real-time snapshot futures and whatever combo or not. So Barry was talking about the limit offset earlier. Which way should the limit offset be adjusted for better fills on quickly moving stock? So the way to think about limit offset, so let's open up something here and open up the strategy here. So what you're talking about is this limit offset right here. So the way to think about this, and again, it's covered in detail in that video that I posted, so I'll do it above here, right? I spent, I think, about 5-6 minutes talking about this exact limit offset and the what it means, why you need it. I'll quickly go over it here, but again, you should, before you trust a program with your hard-earned money, take a half hour, watch the videos, make sure all that's locked in the way you want it to be. But essentially, the limit offset, the more negative it is, so first of all, it's agnostic to long and short. So it doesn't matter whether it's long, it doesn't matter whether it's short. That doesn't affect this in any way. What it is the more negative the number, the more aggressive your order is, right? Which is inside market, right? Which is just the technical term for it. But anyway, the way you think about this is, the more that you're willing to pay for the stock, the more negative that this number is. The more passive you want to be, the more positive the number is. So for example, if a long position triggers an order at $10 and you have this set at -10, basically you're saying, I'm willing to take a 10-cent hit to get into the position. So I'm willing to pay $10.10 a share or less, but not more. If you have a positive 10-cent number in there, you're basically saying, I want the stock to come to me first, drop 10 cents, and then bounce from there, right? And it's one of those things that it's going to depend on what trading style you're looking at, right? If you're chasing fast-moving stocks, you're going to need to pay up more, so you're going to need a more aggressive negative number. If you're looking for stocks to you're playing a pullback or revision to the mean strategy, and you kind of want to let the stock come to you, well, then you want to probably have a more positive number. And again, you should be testing, and any trader who's serious about trading is testing and recording. When I sent out an order, where did the order go? What price was it? What price did I want? What adjustments do I need to make? And then how often am I getting filled? How often am I not getting filled? Things like this, and just adjusting everything from there. So again, that is the job of the auto trader, is to make sure you're tweaking. So the long and short of it, there's no perfect answer. It's going to vary depending on algorithm, and then just check. Say, okay, am I getting the fills that I want? Well, yes. Well, then maybe I should be a little cheaper and lower my limit offset a bit. Am I not getting filled on stuff that I want it to? Well, then I should crank up that and be able to pay from there. Our MCG, that's right. So if you want to buy, there's no option for the bidder ask, right? So if you want to buy, it will be whatever the last price is. If you're willing to pay up 4 cents, then you would make this -4, if that's the what you're looking to do. So, so when trading with the AI, can you double your positions with hotkeys? Yes. So we not hotkeys on the keyboard, but if you're on your positions tab, and I opened up this paper position right here just so that I could play around with this with you guys. So I took 500 paper dollars of IMMR. If I wanted to double this position, I would just hit the double button. What it should do, I'm on a experimental build, so there may be, okay, so it took just a second there, but yeah, so now we have 1,000 shares, and if I look at my trade down here, it will update in a second to 1,000 shares. And same if I want to cut it in half, I'll hit this button and I'll go 1/2, and it will sell half of the position, like that. Do you have to pay for the software to use a simulator? Yes. We are a software as a service, so we pay for data from all kinds of different data sources, and we pay our servers to upkeep them and output that to you. So it's part of both of our paid plans get you access to the simulator. Oh, what happened? My music just broke on me. Hold on a second. Here we go. So the market today has been a wild one, right? The everybody thought the world was coming to an end right here, and then they flicked back on the money printer and we're kind of cranking up to highs again. It's crazy. I'm not talking about gift subscriptions. I'm talking about the data subscription I outlined in the intro video there. Can I trade several different IB accounts for different strategies? Yes. So what you can do is when you're editing a algorithm or a strategy or something, there's the accounts tab right here. And if you were, I'm not showing this on mine because I'm not going to show you guys my account numbers, but if you were connected to IB, you would have every account that's connected to that trader workstation right in here. And you'll have to kind of outline that, which one you want to click on there. So you could send, for example, I'm Canadian, so we have something called an RRSP, which is the same as your guys' IRA, or at least similar to. So I have that, and then I have my margin trading account. So I send some strategies and some trades to that retirement account, which I swing trade, and then I send some to my margin account, which I will do, more aggressive trades and short trades and day trades and that type of thing. So yeah, if you can, as long as you have access to that account within your trader workstation in which we're connecting to, you'll be good to go. You don't see re-entry arrows on the chart for the AI. What you can do is under your strategies trade, you can actually just add in a column that is re-entry time, and I think you can add in a re-entry price here, re-entry stop price, re-entry time. If you want to add those in, you can just add those in here. I use this, the AI discretionarily myself. So what I'll do is I will, look at the trade and then go through and just create my own entry and exit. So for example, on this paper trade here, my theory was I want it, not the initial entry, but because the initial entry was way back here, it broke through again, and then it faded, and then it broke through again and put in this topping tail. So when it held up above here, that's kind of where I took it. So that's just more or less how I trade with it. Basically, we use the charts will display the original entry and the original stop, basically just because that's what most people watch and look at. The reentry stuff is kind of the next level up if you wanted to start to play with that type of thing. Is there a way to search an open scanner alert window for stock that may have been alerted that day? Well, yeah, so you can let me grab a random alert window. And let's do just this one. So if, for example, I wanted to see if car triggered this day, which we already know that it has, I can go and I can click configure, and I can go into symbol lists, and I can go single symbol, and then I can just type in whatever symbol I want. So if I wanted to see every time that car made it through that, I'll click OK. And now if I do the history, let's just do all of it. This will start to load up, and it will show me every time in the last 64 days that car was actually alerted. You can see it was alerted here, and then it was alerted again right here. So it will go through and check all of it like that. So you can constantly look at just a single symbol if you want. And then when you're done looking, you can just change that back, right? Just go back and say all symbols. And then it will just start updating as normal after that. If you actually want to pull the data out of the scan and search that, you can just do Control A to highlight everything, Control C to copy, and then paste it into whatever. There's going to be a lot of changes to the way we report the AI. We're very much in a mode of we've grown dramatically. People are starting to notice us. They love the software. Our growth is crazy. And we've also figured out that what we need to correct and to change is we need to do a better job at simplifying and displaying data differently. So that's the way we're gonna work. Custom formulas. So let's see. So how we check to see if we can reference something with a custom formula. AJ, and this is just because I know you have a lot of custom questions. So this will answer, hopefully, most, if not all of them. If I go to custom formulas and I go down here and I open up this one and I open up this one, and I'll search for the score. Helps if you spell it. So it's not there. And I don't see, and it's not here. And so now I just need to check in the system, do I see a score from yesterday? No, there's only the one from today. So that's all you'll be able to reference, right? And that's the same with everything we have. If it's in the system, you can reference it. And additionally, if it's in this filter code section or this instruction section, you can reference it. And if you don't see them there, then you just can't. Yeah, so we are, you'll notice a lot of changes, I think, over the next few weeks and months to how we display this data, just to make it easier to read, try to shrink all of the formats from there. And we'll go from there. I emailed info with an issue of trailing stop in the latest version. I'm sure they'll look after you great there. I don't use those traditional trailing stops. Unfortunately, Andy's advice doesn't work. So just so you know, the trailing stops we have are just the traditional ones that IB can read. So they're only dollars and, dollars and cents or anything, and go from there. I am not Barry. I see a question there. This is just an hour that we give. Barry takes a little break, and we come in and we answer Q&A questions, and then Barry will be back at the top of the hour. So at 1 Eastern is when we'll switch back to the traditional trading room. So what trailing stop were you trying to use, and what was the issue? Because we've spoken enough, Sam, that I know that you've got the data plan that you're paying them for. got it. I was going for $100 max with a 7% stop. Okay, so just note that what's going to happen is it's going to put the trailing stop 7% away, and as the the push out with as the stock moves up. So for example, if I bought IMMR with a 7% trailing stop, it will put the stop 7% away. As the stock moves higher, the trailing stop will move up penny by penny. And then as it comes down, the stop won't move down, so eventually it'll get hit out. Now, what you want to make sure you never do, and I talk about this in detail in the intro video too, is put out a stop, a normal stop, and a trailing stop. There's zero benefit to that in any way, but there's a whole bunch of potential downsides to it, mainly being that in a fast market, you can trigger both. So, well, let's test here. So I am on the latest beta, and I'm on the simulator. So let's just grab this, and we'll just add. So first of all, we're just gonna remove no stop loss, and we'll do a trailing stop loss of 7%, and we'll go okay. And then let's buy some Apple with it and see if it calculates correctly. Trade, Triforce. So yeah, it put the stop, some quick math. Yeah, that'd be right. So let's see if it moves with price. So that triggered correct, I think. Right, so, oh, oops, sorry guys, that might be abrupt. 124 subtract 116 divided by 124. Yep, so that was a pretty much perfect 7%. So let's see if it moves. Where do I find the strategy configuration window? It's right in your Brokerage Plus window. Please, if you guys are going to use Brokerage Plus, before you do anything, watch the intro video. I just think it would be insane to trust your money to a robot that you haven't sat down and watched a half-hour intro video for. Right, so that's where you'll find all the strategy configuration stuff. You would just be, it would just be the craziest thing that any human could ever do to say, yeah, trade my account, robot, but I'm not going to watch a video. So we just need Apple to tick up to move the stop loss order. So while we're testing here, for stop loss, selected dollars, but why is it not accepting the amount of dollars? So it should do that too. So let's open up Google and let's GOG, and let's say I want to risk. Let's change. We'll do it in this one, and we're gonna set. This is how we do it, right? So we're gonna risk, say $100, but we're gonna put under risk management, we're going to hit dollars, and we're going to put this $35 away from price, right? Remember that this is going to be subtracted from price. And we're going to trade, and we're going to buy. Did I just do that to swing trade? And again, all of this is explained in swing trade in very slow detail where you can pause and fast forward and rewind in the intro video. Right, so that bought there perfectly, and it put the stop exactly $35 away from price perfectly, and it ran the math so it would lose around $100, give or take. So that's working great. Again, just make sure you spend your time figuring it out. right? So the trailing stop, I think, on Apple is working as intended, and the dollar stop that we put on Google, that's working great as well. So there's no bugs so far that we're seeing. I had an issue yesterday. I was in ERR, stock shot up. Since Brokerage Plus connected to my live account, I was not able to use the hotkeys. So of course, you'll never be able to use the hotkeys in after hours. So this is just, again, please guys, trade in sim before you use this live. You can't send market orders in after hours. This has nothing to do with Interactive Brokers. It has nothing to do with trade ideas. It's just the way the stock market works. You cannot send market orders in after hours. You have to send limit orders. So if you sent a limit order then, instead of hitting the buy half button, it would have worked perfectly. So just, you can't, stop loss orders and market orders in any sense never work pre or post market ever anywhere, right? So just make sure that if you're trading outside market hours, you understand these things before putting your money at risk, right? I understand that'd be very frustrating, but you just got to look at that and said, man, I really should have researched how to trade in after hours before I started trading after hours, right? So let me know what you don't get after you've watched the videos, right? Once you can give me what your data plan is, right? Just nothing will work until you have that correct data plan signed up with IB. As soon as you know the name of that data plan, and the name of that data plan is the Equities and Futures US Snapshot, then we'll be good to go. But until then, make sure you don't do that. So no, we don't allow auto trading in after hours either, for the same reasons I just stated, with the no stop losses and no market orders. So, you can't back test anything in after hours. So if you're doing any auto trade in after hours, you're just kind of praying. And because you can't protect yourself with a stop loss, we don't want people just the ability to auto trade then. Now you can trade through Brokerage Plus in after hours. You can send out I subscribe to CBOE add-on US Professional Snapshot. So yeah, none of those are the US equity. Here, I'll show you it. This seems to be a sticking point with the Interactive Brokers data. And it's, again, there's nothing we can do about this, unfortunately. Brokers data subscriptions. The problem again was not with Brokerage Plus. The problem was not with Interactive Brokers. The problem was with you trying to send a market order in after hours, which never works and really hasn't since the market has had pre-market and post-market hours. So please, before you trade in after hours or pre-market, you need to go and research these things. The fact that you cannot send stop orders and you cannot send market orders, right? You will get in trouble if you don't, do this research before you commit your money to the market. So, yes, you need this one right here. US Snapshot Futures Bundle. And the ones that you've listed, none of those are what you need, right? You're not trading mutual funds. CBOE is options. We don't need that. Reg NMS Snapshot. We don't need that either. You need this guy right here. So as soon as you get that guy, and it may take them a day or two to activate it, things will work better. Yes, only limit orders work. And again, this isn't a broker thing. It isn't a Brokerage Plus thing. This is the exchange thing. No brokers, no software, no system can send market orders in pre or post market. And again, just be like, there is a lot of money to be made in the pre and post market. It's starting to act more like the regular market, but you just need to understand A, the liquidity that can dry up, and B, the fact that you can't protect yourself with stop orders. So again, you should, before you commit your money to any trading strategy, you should know this first, right? Just spend what do I need to know before I trade pre-market? And because there can be other things. I think the halt rules are a little different in pre-market. You know, just do that research and make sure before you commit your money, right? It's a business. So where do you enter the dollars? So I wanted to put that stop on Google. I wanted to put that $35 away. So as I show in the intro video, I went to stop loss, I hit dollars, and I hit 35. No, you weren't trying to sell your half at limit. When you hit that half order button, it sends out a market order. Right, so you were trying to send out a market order in the post market, and it didn't work because exchanges will not accept market orders in the post market. So if you had gone and typed in here and picked a limit order, then it would have worked, right? And I've done that many, many times. So again, now that you know, that's great, but just be careful, right? That's something that should have been researched before you started to trade there. Right, so just be very, very careful. So yeah, again, I'll send the intro to Brokerage Plus for the gentleman having the problem with a dollar stop loss, but we'll go over that Google trade again. So what I told the system is I wanted to risk $100, and I wanted the stop loss to be $35 away from the current price, right? So I click dollars, I click 35, and then okay. And then what the system will do is every time a stock comes through and I click to trade it, it will put the stop $35 away from the current price. So obviously this will be problematic. If the stock is $35, it will put a stop loss at 0. If the stock was $30, it's going to put the stop at like negative $1, and it just will get rejected and it won't work. So again, covered in the videos, make sure you watch it, but that's where you put in the amount of dollars, again, from whatever the current price is that you want to risk. Now, if you want to put in a stop loss order manually, say I wanted to cancel this and I wanted to put a stop loss order at a specific price, not at as a distance away from price. I just wanted to put the stop loss at 2,000. I would leave price as market because I want it to be a market order. And under the stop price filter, I'll just type 2,000 and click go, and there's my $2,000 stop loss. I think that's when I initiate a sell order together with any trade filled at a price of 0 with no risk management configured. Well, again, you may be trying to say, if you did that, you may have been trying to trade a $30 stock and put $30 as the dollars away, right? In which case it's going to be at 0. Or if you put it, say you were trading a dollar stock and you had a $35 away, then it's going to put out a stop loss at like negative something, and the system will break and it'll probably just put it out at 0. So remember, what you're typing in there is how many dollars from price you're putting your stop loss, right? Not how much you're looking to risk, not how much. It's just take the current price, subtract X. That's where I want you to put the stop. Please, sound keeps messing up. And in and out. Okay. Wow, so both these Google and okay, so yeah, so that is ticking up, Sam, kind of perfectly there. So that is ticking up as you would expect. You know that you see that as Apple moves a little higher, our stop loss went from I think 116.30 to 116.40. So that is acting how I would expect trailing stop loss orders to act, and it makes sense, right? That's the only way that IB can accept those types of orders. So that, again, that all makes perfect sense. Is there a way to scan stock that goes down and test support level later and goes back up? It's all going to be about how you define support, right? That's a very subjective thing. So yeah, you can say I want a stock that's down off the open. Maybe you say you want it at yesterday's low. You could do that. You could, maybe you're using a moving average as support. You could say I want it close to that moving average. Just saying support, again, is a very subjective type of a thing. So that's harder to quantify. But yeah, anything that you can quantify numerically, most of those things that we can do, right? Is it possible to change the stop loss of an auto-initiated trade? Yeah. So for example, this IMMR, if we right-click on it, we can modify stop loss order. We can type in the exact price. We can make it, there's some defaults here, right? If I wanted to make it at $11, I can click this and it will move. You saw that move there. You can also just click and drag the order on the charts, which is personally my favorite way to do it, just because I'm a very visual type person. But yeah, so either drag it around on the charts or just right click on the symbol, and under modify stop loss orders, you can kind of pop it around from there. When are the AI strategies determined for a given day? It has a lot to do with the amount of background math that Trade Ideas does, which is a lot, right? There's a lot of, millions and millions of simulations are being run server side every night. Generally, it's done around midnight-ish Eastern, I think. Sometimes if there's a lot of data to go through, it can go like all the way until, 7 Eastern the next morning. It really does have to do with just how long the servers take to chunk through all the data. We would love to get it done quicker, but again, millions and millions of simulations where it runs 70 algorithms and says, well, what is the 200 period moving average? Run it, and then runs 70 algorithms again. And then what about this? And then runs the genetic algorithms again. So it's just a lot of back end crunching that is done. So again, usually by midnight or 1, if you wanted to check it, that'd be great. If you're looking for something to happen right after the close, unfortunately, it's just too much data, right? It's just too many calculations to be done. Maybe when we get a quantum computer, when those are a thing, it'll happen a little quicker. But at some point, you just hit kind of the upper limit of server tech. Okay, some more chats. All right. Is there any way to know when the strategies have been determined, i.e. process done for the next day? Again, it's going to depend day by day, and it's going to be sometime after midnight Eastern, between then and 7 Eastern a.m. Again, going to be different, some days, because basically it's looking for an answer is the easiest way to do it. And anyone who understands genetic algorithm will kind of get this. There's a point in which it's done enough kind of math and it knows the answer. And there's times in which it's going to take longer to find that kind of optimal type solution. And it may have to do with how active the day prior was, or if we have any other server load or anything going on. I would argue that it doesn't matter, because we don't, even when we know the strategies that are going to be determined, you don't know if anything is going to hit that strategy. Right, here's the strategies for today. If you knew all of these strategies were taking place, what does that really help you? Because, right, there's only 4 out of, 10 or 12 that actually traded today. And nobody knows that until the moment that they trade, because, again, we have no way of knowing which of those will actually, which of them will hit, right? That's why you'll notice that in most cases, you have way more strategies than there is trades for that strategy. And that just has to do with the fact that, the conditions changes, right? So, for example, we're running all of our math and everything on yesterday's closing data. Well, what if we have a big gap up or down in the market? It's in theory possible, and it has happened before in the past, where Holly makes no trades. There's just nothing that is seen as advantageous. There's no edge, quote unquote, that it could find, and it just goes, no, nothing today, and just clicks it off. So even if you know what strategies are being picked, you're not necessarily going to know which of those strategies, if any, are actually going to produce symbols, and then if they do, which symbols that they are, right? That's interesting on VeriSign. That is interesting. 1 minute. Excusez-moi. There we go. Got it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it really is one of those things that we just don't know until the thing occurs. And again, it may never occur. There may be kind of 250 algos in there, and there's just, Holly's like, I don't really see anything. So then there's really nothing to do, in which then what do you do, right? What's the you would have spent the night before saying, okay, this algo and this algo and this algo are taking place, but none of them end up triggering. And then so if you start watching specific algorithms, it'd be fine if you were able to not be very frustrated by it. But if there are people out there who focus on specific algorithms, and what they may find is, if they have 2 or 3 algorithms that they like, they just may need to go weeks without actually getting triggers on those, And that's just kind of the way it's it would be better if we knew the night before, these things are going to happen, these things are these are the things that are going to trigger and things like that. But it's just, we found that every time that you try to predict it in anything but real time, the performance decreases pretty dramatically. One trade ideas one thing that we do very well is real-time scanning. So we can set up all these algorithms a long time in advance and then just have the system scan for all of those specific algorithms, right? So you guys see I pulled that out of over to another monitor just because I didn't want any account numbers or anything to be leaked through, but I did buy some VRSN there. Again, not financial advice. I'm just some guy on the internet. Why would you ever listen to me? I just kind of like the look of stocks that, for example, like this one, that broke, right? Everyone would look at this area as support, and it broke down there yesterday, and it put in a bottoming tail, and then it broke down a little bit today, and it looks like it's coming back up to close. So basically picking it up here. If we break these lows, I'll be wrong. See if we can get kind of a run up to, this type of area right here. And these kind of fast analysis on stocks is what I'm doing more and more on my YouTube channel, in which I am starting to do like a 30-second video once a day where I just say, this is something that I'm interested in for tomorrow. And, if I see a trade in it, great. If not, I'm not telling you guys what to do, but it's stuff that I'm watching. Like I had DYN here a couple days. I actually picked this up in another account as we broke through here today. And then, what was it yesterday? I don't think I didn't do anything on it, whatever it was. Oh, IGT. So what does IGT do? That was the one I was watching yesterday. I got distracted. Nothing yet. Maybe if it got back above here, I'd be interested, but nothing there that I see right now. And then P10. Ooh. P10's looking great. And APT, ATP. ATI. ATI, yes. That's the one that I did on Sunday, and that one's looking phenomenal. Thank you very much. I appreciate that insight. Oh, no problem. Again, I think what Trade Ideas does here, where they open up this hour to questions, and also the fact that you get a different trader every day. So, for example, if you're not interested in my style of trading, if it doesn't tickle your fancy at all, if you just don't like the sound of my voice, well, that's fine. Come back tomorrow at noon, and there'll be a completely different trader, and who has a completely different view of the market. They have a completely different way that they trade, and it's for me really, really cool, because that's what makes a market. And I really think that trading is kind of one of those things that you have to kind of find your own tick with it, right? No, Marcos, you're not. Just thank you for testing the beta. I would hold off on testing that beta any further until we kind of take care of some things on our end. But that's just a beta, right? So we released that beta. We noticed that there was a handful of issues when it came to stops on the charts and things like that. They have then been fixed. So this is a account that I have on the go right now myself with E-Trade. That it's actually Dan. It's the CEO of Trade Ideas. So I'm trading his money right now with a couple strategies that I have, just testing things, and the orders are showing up on the charts now, and things are working much better than they were before. So that one's not on you, and that's not there's really nothing you did there. It's just we're in beta, so we're testing betas, and we'll figure out things as we go. And then if you're not interested in testing a beta, right, you don't want to deal with the bugs and things like that, just wait until it's an official release. and go from there. It's like anything. If you're to update your phone to the latest iPhone beta, you just have to be very careful to make sure that you're not doing anything on there that you need the phone for, because it may have an unexpected crash or something. It's the same with our kind of software, where we really like just the fact that we just really like the fact that our users will actually help us test these things. It helps, as I talked about, right? Everybody has a different kind of style and philosophy of trading. So we test all of these internally before we give them to you, just to make sure that everything's, working as intended and the way it should, and all of this. But as soon as we give it to a user may use the system in a way that we've never anticipated. And, then they're like, oh, I found this bug. And like, okay, then by the time it hits release, like actual release, we're just way more confident that what we've built, is working for what people need. So, if you're going to participate in a beta, just understand, right? Beta means beta. And, there's bound to be something that's up. I'm going to get out of the rest of this. So this is E-Trade trading live. And that's my day trading today with Dan's money. So let me take a screenshot of this and show Dan that he owes me $2.20, my performance fee on his testing. E-Trade beta is getting better, just to let you guys know a little internal baseball of how it's working. And no, it's there. I'm on their, I went to their website for you. It's right here on their website. It's right here. Right? It's right on their website. I really highly doubt that they put it on their website and it doesn't actually exist. I may actually just email them then, if you're saying that they don't put this is because you've got it on your website. I would like to buy the thing that you have on your website. Sell me this thing, guys. Equity and option add-on bundle might work, but I wouldn't trust it, to be honest. Right? Yeah, it's right here on their site too. Right, this one won't work. If this is the one that you said you had, right? And this is why I very clearly said make sure you're paying, right, for the again, you shouldn't need a pro one unless you're an actual pro. Right? Yeah, this is just futures. Again, this may work, but maybe. Right, CBOE stuff, of course, won't, because you're not trading anything through Brokerage Plus in the CBOE, which I'm sure you know and have researched before you're doing any of that. But maybe this one will work. Let us know if it does, if you end up having to go with it. But I would ask them why they're putting this on their website and they won't sell it to you. There are many other bundles, but this specific one. Yeah, but instead of going to your settings, right, and just go to their support and say, here, let me give you this link. Right, give them this link and say, on your website, you say I can buy this. I would like to buy this from you. Right, same as if you found something on Walmart that you liked and they're like, no, we don't sell that. You'd be like, but I found this on your website. I would like to give you money for this. I'm sure you'll get someone at least explain to you why you can't. Give the other one a try. Easiest way to know if it's working is if the last price is updating in real time, if when you send out an order it gets triggered at the appropriate price at the appropriate time. If you have things set up the way the 30-minute video that I gave you a little bit ago, step by step the way I had it set up, and you have the data program, you should be fine. But I would go ask them. And I apologize every time I send someone to Interactive Broker Support because I've been there. They're not very good, but it's just one of those things. We are working on a way to get around this, but it's just going to take time, and it's going to cost, and it's going to be server tech. So don't hold your breath on that. But just know we are working on it. But right now, there's just no way around the data. You got to get the right data plan, or just nothing will work, because it's unfortunate that Interactive Brokers does this. Now, I will say with E-Trade, unless you are classified as a professional trader, E-Trade actually gives you data as long as your brokerage account is over like $1,000, which, if you're trading, probably will be. Then they'll give you data, and most brokers will give you data. I don't know why IB is the one that says no. And even what is kind of triggering as well too is they refund you the fee, right? So the fee is $10, but if you generate more than $30 in commission each month, which most active traders will, they give you the fee back. So I don't understand why they don't just give you the data right when you sign up for an IB account. And then if you don't trade, maybe they say, hey, we need you to pay for data or something. But the fact that they're willing to, refund the fee if your account's active at all, it's just, it annoys me. It mainly annoys me because I've worked in the support section of Trade Ideas, and 99.9% of all issues with Brokerage Plus, as soon as we get that data plan figured out, just get fixed. So then I'm like, man, the client wouldn't have had to go through this back and forth and all this thing if we could just get their data sorted right off the jump. So again, we're working on it, but we just need to make some updates and changes, and we need to make sure that it's stable and secure before we do anything else, because that's all obviously priority number one. I'm just chatting with Barry here, just seeing when he wants this back, guys. Sorry. Barry. He's always anxious to get me out. Will BProfs work with another broker as well? So far, just IB. E-Trade is in beta and it's in the works. You can't get the beta right now because we pulled it off the site because there were some issues, but that will be soon. TD, we're working on. What we found with TD is that their API has issues. Like a lot of really bad ones. So we just have to figure out a way to work around those API issues. And then TDA will work as well. And you can connect to multiples at once. So you can see here, I'm connected to E-Trade and Interactive Brokers at the same time. And I can just point different ones to different ones. But Barry's giving me the hook. So I'm going to take off, guys. It was a pleasure chatting with you, and I will be back on. I'll be back next week, and someone else will be here tomorrow.
The alert at 3:33. That's a great. It's a great percentage move. Hey, we have a halt. We haven't had too many halts today. NVOS just got halted. Now, did I not see that that we had it listed as a pink sheet stock earlier, or am I hallucinating? I know some of you were watching this one. I thought it said it was a pink sheet stock. At any rate, it is not a pink sheet stock, obviously. And you know what? I don't really recall. I don't recall seeing this one, and I have a feeling that we may have had it categorized as a pink sheet stock earlier because I didn't see this one, and I don't track the pink sheets in the pre-market, and I would have seen this one for sure. So I have a feeling that that's what happened. It was okay. So it moved today. Is that the news? NASDAQ move. Okay, so that's why. Okay. Thank you, William. Okay, so that means you can hear me, right? Obviously, you're telling me it got uplisted. Okay. There was another one today that retained NASDAQ. ONTX, how is it doing? It didn't get uplisted. It just retained their NASDAQ compliance. ONTX, yeah, it really didn't do anything. It's a big float, another one. 191 million for a $1.50 stock, huge float. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. I think I have my old program working again, so I'm going to cross my fingers so I don't have to be able to still see this screen. So I'm going to do my video now. So let me just put the announcement in. Okay, so back should be earlier, but just in case I do have some of these technical issues. Did not Michael show you how? Oh, E-Trade, you can't. It's too buggy right now, Adil. Okay, so you can't do it. We thought we were going to have it done, but you can't do it. E-Trade to B+, you can't do it. You'll have to just sit tight for a while. I don't know when it's going to happen. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm now back. Okay, here, and yeah, you don't have to worry. The question from the YouTube room was, if you download, say, a beta version or any updated version of Trade Ideas, what happens to your current layouts, etc. Don't worry, they're all saved. It's always a good practice to save your layout to the cloud, But I mean, I've been updating Trade Ideas version since 2010. I've never lost anything, but it's still a good practice to save everything to the cloud. I suppose just on the off, the 1 in a million chance that it won't show. Okay? Yeah, I think the problem was, Jay, is that you're more than likely like myself. Maybe you weren't scanning for pink sheet stocks. And at the beginning of the day, this was, for us, it was still categorized as a pink sheet stock. It did get uplisted to NAS today. So I think that might have been the reason. Because the same thing happened to me. I did not see it pre-market, and there's, absolutely no question I would have. But I don't scan for pink sheet stocks. So I think that is the reason. Yeah, nothing shaking with the AI today, that's for sure. It was, jury's still out on the IMMR. I mean, it may catch a bid later, but I'm not touching it unless it gets over 1125. I want to see take that out right there. That's the high right here of yesterday. But this is certainly something that I'll watch tomorrow. This might be, what was it down about 2 weeks and put a little bit of a bottom in. Maybe it's trying to scramble back a bit. Yeah, no, that should not be there. That's you're probably seeing some old cached link. Okay, there is no API available. Okay. Okay, Hiran, did you not hear me? Hello, Philip. Okay, let me answer Hiran first. Okay, so Hiran, yeah, there's no. So the question again, just to repeat, for those of you, if you get a new version of Trade Ideas, you update your version. Don't worry, you don't lose all your previous layouts or scans, etc. However, and as I said, I've been doing it since 2010, updating versions. I'm always usually on a development version, so sometimes there's 2 or 3 a week that I'm updating. Anyway, I've never lost a scan, never lost a layout. Still good practice to save your scans, save your individual windows to the cloud, though. Just in the 1 in a million chance that for you, it doesn't work. But yeah, you don't have to worry. You cannot clear. The only thing you can do, Philip, is to get rid of them all at the end of the day. Then you start fresh. Okay, but you can't clear current trades. Well, you can't clear previous trades. I see. If you want to just get out of a trade, you flatten it. I see. If you want to get out of a trade, just highlight it and flatten. Okay, that'll get you out. Okay, so just highlight the trade, So it'll turn sort of a grayish and then flatten. Flatten gets you out of a trade. How about give me one north, and let's see if who's your broker? Oh, really? Okay, because that's my broker too. I was going to see if IB had them just out of curiosity, but obviously not. What are you looking to short, as an example? Well, come on. You know, this is a short possibility right here. MGY, guys. I mean, it's an earnings play. It's coming into, you know, that number one, that whole number. Look left on the monthly chart, 1329. The high is 1285. So it's getting close to maybe a resistance area. I mean, look what happened today. There was, you know, it had already broken up above that monthly candle. So the next area would be here. So, and you know, look what it did before. I mean, it dropped from 1250 down to 1220. Nice big V shape on the 5-minute. I thought FSR is shortable. FSR is shortable at Interactive Brokers. It does? I see a bright green dot, meaning I can short it just right away. How to get a list of stocks which went down the most from the earlier year highs during, for example, the last 5 days. Well, okay, so we do have a position in years range. Okay, position in years range. You might have to do a combination. So here's the position in, sorry. So position in year range, okay. So, you know, I mean, if you want to see it, is them still near their high of the year, but down in the last 5 days? Is that what you're looking to do? Okay, so use the position in year range, add the filter. You'll have to experiment, okay? So, you know, again, you have to experiment if you want it to be within, you know, 5 to 10% of the year's high. You know, you would put 90, say 90, and again, you'll have to experiment. So 90 to 95, that'll mean it's within 5 to 10% of the year's high. Again, you put whatever numbers you want. Okay, so that'll establish that it's still relatively near the year's range, the position in the year's range, near the highs. And then you use the position in 5-day range. You add that filter and maybe, you know, put some kind of a, you know, the maximum, it's above the high of the 5-day range is 5% as an example. So it'd be a combination of these two filters, the position in the year. So if, again, it's up to you. I can't tell you what percentages to use. But, you know, this one right here would mean it's between 5 to 10% of the high of the year. And if you put 5 here, that'll mean it's within 5% of the low of the 5-day range. Clear as mud? So what that should show you are stocks near the high, but are near the high of the year, but moving down over the last 5 days. Okay? And then after that, of course, put other filters in, volume, price range, whatever else you want. And I would create a top list like that, and you can rank them. You can sort them in the various column headers. Okay? So position in year and position in 5-day. It's a great exercise for you to do it. Okay? To show you how you can use the min and the max and all. And, even if you don't do it right, and you click on an alert and say, well, that's not what I want. Well, then, this adjusts the min and the max. It's a good exercise to learn how to use those position and ranges. We've got so many of them. Yeah, I hope it shows you some stocks that you want to look at. It's not a bad idea. If you create it, why don't you share it with the room? There you go, yeah. Anybody creates it, share it with the room. Just, all you do, once you've created, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, say okay, and then, so now it's copied, and then just paste it in, Control V the link in. Now you could do the reverse too. You could get stocks that are near the bottom, near the year's low, but moving up in the last 5 days. You could do the reverse. You don't have to create the scan from scratch. All you have to do is use our flip. So if you create that first scan, the ones that are near the high but moving down, then you would just duplicate the window, and then you would right click, configure, and then you flip the strategy. You flip it, and then that'll flip the filters, so that now you'll be looking at stocks that are near the low moving higher. You can just give it another name, so you know. It's just a time saver. Sometimes you want to have competing strategies. Looking one way, and the other looking with the same sort of filters, but the other way. So instead of having to again recreate everything from scratch, you just flip it. But first you duplicate your strategy, and then you flip it, so you have another window. Yeah, well, Adele, I mean, I've heard that before. I've had no issue with IB because, I've had them for over 4 years. I had only one occasion to call them in my first week. I don't recall it being that bad, but I do hear that. It should just be, as long as you have live data, real time data, for the exchanges that you want, that should be it. You don't have to have time and sales. You don't have to have level two if you don't want it. You just need some package that has real time data. I mean, most people say it's about a $10 package. But I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube room looking for the package that. Anybody take IB early? IB early. Anybody take IB in the last little while? And if you did, what data package did you take for just standard real time data without any fancy bells and whistles? Trying to help somebody in the YouTube room who wants to know what data package to take, and I guess they changed the names of them. So the $30, you get that refunded if you take a certain number of trades a month, right? Is that the case? Yeah. So what I'm hearing, Adil, is that you pick the exchanges you want. You want New York, you want Amex, you want NAS, obviously, and I think they're $5 each, something like that. And then they might charge you 30 for the package, but you'll get a refund as long as you trade a certain number of shares per or generate a certain number of commission per month. So I'm sorry, I can't help you any more than that. So you've got the 3 exchanges, so you're paying $15. Okay. I think you can just a la carte pick the exchanges you want and that's it. Yeah, it appears that they don't have the bundles anymore, Deal. So really, I think there has to be a section there that talks about real-time data, and you pick the exchanges that you want. So if you want New York, you want Amex, you want, I can't remember if Amex is separate anymore, and NASDAQ, then, you just pick the exchanges you want. I guess if you want the pinks, you have to pick that also. So they may not have bundles anymore. So it's just a matter of picking the exchanges that you want, and I think it's probably $5 an exchange, something like that. Is that current, JB? Like current? Yes. All right. Let me just thank you for that, because I'll just paste that in if you can find it. So Adele, this is from the other room, from the main room. This is what they posted, and they say that looks like something like this is available. And that's what they did. Guys, keep an eye on the IMMR, okay? Keep an eye on it. Yeah, okay, I see that here. It's a link. So Adele, thank you for that, for posting, helping out a fellow subscriber, fellow trader. There's the link, and if you can see, it looks like this is what you want. U.S. Security Snapshot and Futures Value Bundle. Just have to scroll down on that link and you'll see it. Thank you, JB. Well, did you look at the link that I put? I mean, this is what I see right here. U.S. security snapshot entry. I really can't help you any more than that. I mean, you're obviously going to have to get a hold of them. But I mean, this is the link, and it seems to be that it's current. But probably best, keep on hold with them and. Ah! All right, guys. Did you in the unusual strong options get COM, COMS? You have to have well, okay, only if you want to use Brokerage Plus and you want to have a link, okay? You don't have to have the pro version if you don't want. If you don't care about creating a link, you don't care about using Brokerage Plus, then you can use the light version. If you're not trading that much and you don't mind typing the symbol in, the problem is with the light version, we can't link. Never mind just with Brokerage Plus, but we cannot link with them. The linking, again, is just a time saver. Yeah, I know it's barely the 2000, but it's 9 times normal. But what my concern is, and this is, sometimes I feel like a customer saying, "Why didn't this happen? Why is it not here?" And it's here. Yeah, right. Yeah, 137, but it should be appearing in my don't repeat also. I mean, that's, it should be here. So, again, give me a moment here. Well, I shouldn't have to. Well, okay, you probably know what I did. I took this one, I duplicated it because it's here. Now it's showing up in the don't repeat. Even if I did a history and it showed up, that's no good. It's got to show up just like all the other ones. So I don't know. I mean, I know I had that problem last week with something. So instead of trying to beat myself up trying to figure out why, I'll just duplicate this window and use it, and that's what I did. I duplicated it and then put the don't repeat on here. I have no idea why that would happen though. Oh, I know. Adele, listen, you're not alone in terms of complaining about IB's, poor customer service. I mean, being on hold, I hear that all the time. I think I don't know, I'm maybe wrong. I think it's probably like that with a lot of brokers. Maybe I'm wrong. I've just been lucky. I have not had to call anybody for years. Ah, see what too much yakking. I wanted to short this one. MGY. Yeah, so maybe that's somebody saying, instead of, do they give you the option of leaving your phone number and then they'll call you back? It's like that in virtually every. Try calling your cable company. Try. I mean, it's like that in every industry, guys. This is not, just the brokerages. Well, I like to take this short also, but maybe a break of that whole number 22. I mean, if it does, then it's got some room down to here. Just waiting for a 22 break. And it's waiting on the FSR guys. You look ominous right there. I almost took it, but it popped up immediately, so I couldn't even get it, which is okay. Sorry, because I'm just trying to concentrate on the FSR. I'm just watching the bid ask, watching the time and sales, watching the action. I mean, it did take out briefly 22, but Okay, while I'm waiting on that, yeah, nice run. Obviously, that news kind of came in. Looks like this was an IPO back here. Well, I'm just following the lead of Zach. That's all. Maybe shorting a top. That's all. I don't mean that it's a bad company or anything like that. It's it's insane. Well, not insane, but I mean it's craziness right around that whole number. Well, it's certainly teasing us at that 22 mark. Wow, 29.50. You're no kidding. Yeah, this is just trying to short a top. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that it's a bad, bad today or anything like that. It's just trying to short a top, but I'm just holding out to see if it breaks underneath 22. Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, I'm just stubbornly going to wait to see if it takes out 22. And it doesn't mean, I think, if it takes out 22, that it's going to collapse to nothing. I mean, we're just looking for if I got 30, 40 cents out of it, that'd be awesome. I mean, there's some pretty good support right around 21.38, but it may not take out 22. So I'm just going to, hold off. Boy, CCIV, wow. So it's now below yesterday's low. I'm really kind of surprised after I mean, it's a classic doji day. Look at this. I mean, top, bottom. I think it closed basically where it opened. Oh, it's just a matter of looking. Okay, so, and this is not, it's not scientific, okay? But if you look at FSR, okay, look at the 2-minute chart. Okay, so it looks like there's a little bit of support down here at 21.34. Okay, look on that 2-minute chart. So if it broke down through 22, this would just be kind of a scalpy type trade, all right? So it has chance to maybe get down to that level before. So if I got into this trade, say at 21.95, and it got down to 21.40, that's 40 cents, and it probably in a pretty quick period of time. So that's where I say it has room. Okay, that's what I mean. Now, typically though, because this is not the type of trade I normally look at. If I were going to be going long this, I'd be looking left and saying, okay, there's the next high looking left. In theory, it has room to that high, 23.67. In theory, doesn't mean it's going to get there, but there's nothing on the chart that's going to block it. Okay, again, a bunch of other reasons why it may not keep going higher, but at least you don't have to worry. For instance, imagine if all this were sitting right on top, right here. You'd look at that, go, that might be really tough to get through all of this. Okay, well, when you look here, there's nothing. There's just a lone little guy way over here. So that's when I say, when I talk about, well, it has room to move. The same thing this morning with SNSS or SNSS. When you look left, and it took out yesterday's high, and so when you look left, it really had nothing until way up here. Looking on that weekly chart, you have to look left. The next high was way up here, so that had a lot of room that it could have kept going, and it did. In this particular case, look where it got to, which is right up here. So it actually took out that little high. Doesn't see these little high. It doesn't absolutely mean that a stock is going to stall there, but it's amazing how often it does happen. When you look left and you see a high, because we're not the only ones doing this. Believe it or not. Well, of course I can't. That's a pretty loaded question about margin for trading. And a lot. If you have a margin account there and they're using margin for trading, options. We don't scan for options, but we do have option filters. And again, this is my favorite scan. Just scanning for stocks that are having abnormal option days in terms of the number of contracts. And as far as margin, well, I'm sure lots of people are using margin. But I can't speak. I can't speak for everybody. So this might stall it. That high right there is 23.67. If you can get up to 23. And never be sorry for asking a question, Meg, okay? For instance, when this came on the option scanner this morning. Now, it had a nice percentage move, but when I looked left here, I saw all of this. And I thought, man, I don't like it. But what if it can take out this high right there in that monthly chart, which is back in June of last year? And I don't mean today, but what if it took that high out? Then if you start looking left, look at the room it's got. Up to $10. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's the sort of thing that, when I say it has room, it just means that on the longer term time frames, there's nothing that's going to block it in terms of a chart resistance. For a while. For a while, and to make the trade make sense, because you don't want to get into a trade with, say, a 10-cent stop with the likelihood it might only go up a nickel, okay, before it hits resistance. Well, you know the reason it went down though. WKHS. You know the reason that it went down. Yeah. So it lost the big contract. They're fighting it. It's I certainly can't say yes. I think you should go long. I mean, it'll be a long extended fight, I'm sure. Like margin is great. It's a dirty word. I call it more leverage. If you're going to intraday trade, then it's just leverage. You're not having to basically pay anything as long as if you don't hold it overnight, as long as you don't get too extended, etc. So if you're closing out at the end of the day, it's just leverage. I mean, it was a shocker to them, I'm sure. I mean, the stock was already fading a bit before that news, but here's where the news hit yesterday. Look at a 15-minute chart. This is at 3 o'clock that they lost this contract, the big contract to U.S. Postal Service. So I mean, look at that. I mean, that happened at 3 o'clock or 2:45, I guess. No, that's a 3 o'clock candle right there, and it continued. All right, guys, it is now 2 o'clock, and the market is still strong. Look at that. Hardly any pullback at all today in the SPY once it started to move. No kidding, Torps. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. This tab is for you guys. Okay, I don't participate in it. I just set up a swing trading tab a few months ago for those interested in swing trading, and you come in here, and yeah, we've got some great swing traders now in that section in the trading room. So, Michael, I have no idea if you're just kidding. Is it a good stock to go long and stay in? I don't know if you're kidding. It's right here. It's called swing trading. You're in off topic. Right here, swing trading. Right here. Okay. I know some people find it hard to find these tabs. I'm not sure why, because I don't quite see what you guys see, but maybe you have to scroll up above the posts. Maybe that's what it is. Well, Michael, I don't know if it has fundamentals. I mean, you're the guy who really dives into companies. I mean, but you must have read the news today about what happened, or actually yesterday. So you can be the judge. Exactly. That's why it crashed. So, what do you think? Should you go long? Yeah, it looks too strong. I mean, people are probably trying to knock it down, but it just looks too strong. And so why try to short a, I mean, obviously if you got it here, 2247 down to here, but it is very strong. Yeah, I'm a Canadian too, Sherry. So yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. I've got IB, but again, I've had it for. I haven't looked at what I have for 4 years. Couldn't even tell you the package I have. Well, I'm glad I stuck to my guns. I mean, I've got my my alert set down here. Underneath 22. It never happened. So, Zach. Yeah, real blah day for the AI today, for sure. Nothing happening. Well, there are some topping tails now, not huge ones, but FSR. There are some topping tails. You know, that might be the significant. I mean, that's a big drop already from 73 to 32. This might get it really rolling though. Okay, guys. Well, no, I know. Well, it popped. Oh, on the 250. Well, it also obviously it popped on the 400. And I'm well aware. I'm well aware of the room that it's got. You guys want to take that? I mean, you know, this is what we're talking about. So the high is 240, so it's above yesterday's high, and 280 is the next high looking left, and then after that, I mean, $4. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's not a low float. 41 million in the float. Good volume. There's going to be well over 10 million, of course, 10 times normal volume. So let's see if this really starts to move. 246 was, well, for me, the alert. Maybe you have, obviously, was earlier on the 250. Yeah, it does. 20%, almost 20% short interest. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. think I made a change to mine a while back. I want it to be a 3-day high. I mean, it's not a big deal, okay? I think that's what I have here in the new high. So I try to not get, I don't want to get as many. Yeah, 3-day low, 3-day high. That's probably the reason. Okay, so when you say how to use my list, what do you mean by that, Sherry? Exactly. I mean, if you're talking about this, I mean, there's no, it's up to you to decide if you want to take a trade or not. I'm not going to tell you to take a trade. These are the alerts, and to me, the GTT, it's interesting because of all the room it's got. Okay, that's one. So I'm not going to tell you that, well, okay, every time you get an alert, you have to take the trade. It'll still be up to you. I mean, this is pulling back. I have to admit, I'm not quite as enamored with the cheaper ones from the option plays. The ones under $5. I'm not finding that they have as much dynamism, or whatever the word would be. I'm just not finding that they're as good. We're going to see on this one. I'll probably take this one if it gets back up to the 250 mark. So there's no explanation. It's a matter of, you get the alert. You have to, if you're new to trading, you hear me. What you asked me, or somebody asked me before. What do I mean when there's room or no room? Well, look at this. I mean, there's a ton of room. Look at the daily chart. Look where it could go. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about a lot of chart resistance. So that, so when I get this sort of one, it makes it a little more attractive than something that had a lot of resistance just above the price that it got alerted at. Like a man who's passionate about his trading. Zach. I'll even let the hell go by. Oh, if you're talking about my watch list, again, these are just ideas, okay? If you're talking about my watch list, maybe I misunderstood what you meant. If you're talking about this watch list up and down, you access that from our toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Watch List, okay? But again, these are ideas. They don't mean that when you get the alert, you just automatically hop into a trade. And again, remember that if you click on anything from the toolbar, it's a layout. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will disappear, be replaced by anything you load from the toolbar, which is okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud first. So again, how to use the list? I mean, you have to have some experience of trading, okay? I mean, these are generated from a watch list that I create the night before. Do they all work? Of course not, but you can trade around it. You have to, again, look at the RRD as an example, okay? So look left on that weekly or monthly chart. The high is 312, Up here it is 418. So there is room for this to run. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going, but at least there's room. There's nothing blocking it from going up on the monthly chart, and my guess is that it'll look the same on the weekly. Yeah, it's the same up to that 4 level. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but what we try to do is we want to take one aspect of why a stock won't move higher out of the equation, and that, we want to take chart resistance out of the equation. Well, you can modify any one of them. Yeah, so you've already done that, I'm assuming. You can modify, you could just, this is just what I like to see. As I say over and over again, I mean, you can have this, the basic new highs and lows, and here's the price range that I'm looking at. You can, of course, change it to whatever price range you want. You can change the volume. This is just a template that I like. Guys are talking about, yeah, wow, yeah, no kidding. Like, what a move, $6. I'm not a big technical indicator guy, okay, Meg. So the one I always pay attention to though is the 200-day moving average. Obviously on the daily chart, that would be the green line right there. I do have some other indicators, but unfortunately I can't spend, if I were just devoting myself to trading, I would pay a little more attention to, these crosses. I have the 8 EMA orange line, 20 SMA is the blue line. When they cross, that can form, either up or down. That can give you maybe a clue whether to go short or long. Ooh, it's still strong, Zach. Still a little bit strong. But I don't. I'm not into MACD and stochastics. That's not to say anybody's using it, and if they're using it to their advantage, great. It's just I just don't use a lot of indicators. Yeah, you can say, well, your own scanners within reason, Koala. I mean. Give me a second here as this configuration. So here, we have a lot of alerts and filters. Okay, here are all the alerts that you have. I'm not going to go over them all. What I would do is I would take a look at them. And here are all the filters. We got a ton of filters, all these different filters. So the idea is that you can combine the filters with usually just one alert, and then you can create a scan of things that you like to see. So the answer is yes. What I do is I share my scans, for people who are new and may want to see what I'm doing. But of course, you can create your own. Wow, this is super strong. Well, hopefully Zach got out. There's the high, though. There's the all-time high. It's getting close. And you can see right there, momentum up. You can see why I'm getting the alert, because the volume is pouring in. Momentum, volume. Again, one of the ones I'm sharing. Well, relative volume is one of our great filters. You can play around with it. Generally speaking, I think in my option scanner it's 4. Here it's 3. So anything, but I can't tell you which ratio to use. How do you assess that a stock has reached its peak level? Well, I mean, it's impossible to know exactly, but when a stock becomes really super parabolic, big wide candles one after another, say in a 2 or a 5 or even 15-minute time frame, eventually you have to think that there's going to be some profit taking. But there's no guarantee. So, I mean, look left here. I mean, this is the all-time high for Fisker. I mean, if it takes that out, it's anybody guess where it's going. Well, it depends what you mean by acceleration value. I mean, I have I've got these two filters right here. Stocks where the volume in the last minute was at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 500% of normal. If you call that acceleration, I'd call that somewhat acceleration. I mean, you can see right there, look at the volume coming in. That's why it's being alerted. Meanwhile, REI actually, let's see where it was first alerted. REI is moving. I mean, this has, now does this have room? So let's, get into the habit. I've got a weekly chart where you can see looking left, there's really nothing. Look at the monthly chart. What's the next high looking left? 331. So it's got room. See what I'm saying? It's got room. This is, my opinion, what you can start looking at. Have these higher, only if you're a momentum trader. If you're a pullback trader, it's not the same. Well, if you're asking me if I know something's going to pop ahead of time, no, there's nothing. I mean, obviously, we do a lot of pre-market work, and we see what stocks are alive in the pre-market. I thumbnail some of them. But to know ahead of time, I suppose those are the opportunities. But anything in the basic new highs and lows, these are stocks that are moving. These are stocks that are really moving today. Now, see, so look at this. It popped up here. It pulled back. Could have had an opportunity to get in around 240. But if you're asking me, did I know it was going to do this ahead of time? No. If I did, I joke about it, but we'd all be in my Tahitian island somewhere. My treat. I mean, look at the volume. I'm sorry, Zach, but I don't know if you're still in this short, but I mean, look at the volume that is just pouring into it. Look at that 15-minute volume right there. That's the highest volume of the day for FSR on the 15-minute candle. I mean, that's people want this. Should they want it? Doesn't matter what we think. So this is what Real suggested to JB a couple of weeks ago. Only look at a couple of scans, and try to focus on, just a couple of scans and that's it, and start to learn a little bit how to read charts, and, instead of having 10 different scans up and running. I think that sort of changed the way I think it's JB, right? Or JP? JP, can't remember anymore, sorry. So I really am going to have to maybe rethink the whole thing on the options and maybe limit it to say $5 stocks and up. I'm not terrible. Well, I'll give it another run this week. What are we now? Wednesday, so a couple more days. I mean, the REI, I guess if I pick that one, it sort of worked, but I find them just a little too jumpy. Well, I don't think they have the big range. I mean, they might go down, but it's just at the range I don't find. If they utter collapse, great. But I know you're kind of kidding. I think. Good, good, Ned Fox. Good to hear. Now this is take a look at this TAOP. There's the high of yesterday. This is a crypto play, right? Didn't they? It's crypto play, I believe. Now, um, what's the high yesterday? It was 1084, so it's a little bit below that high. This could be watched tomorrow. Now, what is Bitcoin doing today? It's going to be tied. So Bitcoin's having a little resurgence. So if Bitcoin continues to move higher, I'd be watching this TAOP. It's a very low float, so it's risky in that regard. But look what it did 2 days ago. Got all the way up to 1440. Again, on some nonsense about we're going to be involved in crypto. I think that's what it is. They also did a private placement. Okay, 7.75 million private placement. That might be one of the reasons for this to have moved down. But I mean, I think, I remember what the price was. Yeah, I think it might be sector related too, Bruce. I mean, these ones, these are GTT. What is it? Communications. I mean, in theory, they've been a kind of a hot sector. But you're right. I mean, if it's Bitcoin or something to do with crypto, even EV. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see if it takes out this 250 again. It's still half an hour to go before I leave, but I may. It depends what it does. I may take that one if it goes over 250. I mean, that's just a strong stock. FSR, just a strong stock. You know, again, whether you believe, whether you think that news is justification for it moving higher. Now, guys, look at this. What's the high? 2364? 2363. Okay? So almost to the penny, is where it is stalled now. If it blasts through that, I mean, this could keep going. Well, just look what I just said. It's just above it. So it's right at it. Let's see if it holds, and it just pops from here. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, the daily volume. I mean, look at this. I mean, this I think was the biggest volume day. Well, spread. I mean, spread is something. You know, I mean, the spread can, especially if you're looking at. Depends on the price, of course. I mean, a 30-cent spread for Apple is not the same as a 30-cent spread for a dollar stock, obviously. So, you know, if it's a big spread and it's hard to get into it, you just have to shy away from it. You know, I can't tell you what that's going to be. You'll know it when you see it. Okay, to quote a famous line about another industry. Well, it's an industry reel. You know, real knows what I'm talking about. All right, guys. So what's the time? Is it 2:36? So I'll be shutting this room down around 3 o'clock. Today's my long day. This is the day I help out in the Q&A webinar at 5 o'clock. This is with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. So I do help out. Not on the mic, thank goodness. As to you, Thomas. You always crack me up with that. Good eve. Yeah, you were definitely a good soothsayer on that one, William. Hey guys, I'll be right back. All right, I am now back. You too, Sherry. THTX, what do I think? Let's take a look at THTX. This is from the YouTube room. Okay, so is this a cannabis play? Okay, so it's not a cannabis play. Okay, it's a Canadian stock, a Canadian company. Is it co-listed? What do I think? Well, it's a very ugly daily chart. I mean, just up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. I don't think much of it, to be honest. You know, I don't know. Did this? Let me just check here. Was this a Canadian company that listed on Nasdaq here, or whatever exchange? Yeah, Nasdaq, because it's certainly not an IPO. So I really don't, Ted. It's just not of any interest to me. You know, the weekly chart is meandering up and down. It's got to really break out. I don't know what a catalyst will be. It's a big float, 75 million, for a $3 stock. So sorry, it can't be any more help than that. All right, Aja from the YouTube room. Hey, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, look at the room it's got. Yeah, it's got some room. Big day today too. Doesn't trade very much. That's the only issue. I mean, look at this. It doesn't trade very much. This is 11 times normal. It's 132,000 shares. Yee. That's the only thing, Aja, as you know. Meanwhile, Verb, we talked about this a little while ago. What's the high looking left? Is 313. So it's got some room. And this is, again, I think what I'm 100% sure that this is just a symbol name change. That's why these look like IPOs, you know. It looks like this is the first month it started trading. So it was another symbol before, and they changed their symbol. So this is why this looks like it is. And yeah, I mean, big volume today for it. Look at this, the biggest volume day it's had. Yeah, I mean, it's got a low float, but boy, that volume, it would scare me a little bit. I mean, it's got a ton of room, I'll give you that. It's a holding company, okay. Yeah, you're right. It's up just popping over 1 million shares now. Oh, the alert on my homepage. Oh, okay. You mean my scans? My scans. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, my homepage, okay, the link, Sherry. So what'll happen is when you click on it, this is what you'll see. Just a minute here. Ah, stop it. Give me a moment here. Okay, this is what you'll see. And so here are my scans right here. This section right there. Click here. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Oh, look at this. Well, this PLX, son of a... No, look at this moving now. This is an AI alert. I had my eye on it for the longest time. It's the price range I like. And look at it popping here. How many windows? Okay, so the more filters you use, I don't know if there's a real answer to that. I mean, the more filters you use, obviously you won't get as many alerts. It's that simple. I will say this, that the AI alerts use quite a few filters. Like the strategies that are in the AI, they use quite a few filters, you know, to whittle it down. So I don't know if there's a real answer to that. In terms of alerts, though, I only use one alert per window. I won't have, okay, this is making a new high, then I won't have it making a 5-minute high, a 30-minute high, 75% pullback. I only have, for me personally, that's the way I like to look at it, one alert per window, but then the number of filters that you use, it's not even so much the number that you use, it's the, well, okay, take a look at this. Here's my options, okay? I don't have a lot of filters. I have a price range, which is pretty obvious. I have a minimum volume. I've got these two. This establishes the fact that I'm looking at abnormal option activity. But it's not so much the number of filters that I'm using, it's the values that I'm putting in here. So, that's why I'm not getting too many alerts. It has to be 4 times normal, as an example. So it's not so much the number of alerts or filters, it's the values that you're using. That makes sense? Well, guys, I think this is my first trade in GME. A little chase sequence. What's AMC doing? I'm in and out of it. I'm not going to hang around or anything, but so Luke, does that answer your question? It's not how many filters, it's probably the values that you use for the filters that you are using. Yeah, well then, stick with it. The reason I like this one is it doesn't give me very many alerts. I like the fact it doesn't give me very many alerts. I mean, that's why I put some pretty tough filter requirements in there. Absolutely, Luke. That's now the only thing when you back test. I mean, how many alerts are you getting? Over say a 30 or like how long are you back testing it for? Like the 63 days. And how many instances were there? Okay, and how many alerts were there? Oh, 5 to 8 alerts a day. I just have to read. Okay, well that should be enough. I mean that gives you a minimum of 300. I have some people saying, I've got a wonderful, this thing backtests incredibly, a 90% win factor, profit factor of 1,000, and they backtest it, they have 5 alerts over 63 days. Hey, obviously not statistically significant. All right, guys, so I'm going to shut this room down at 3 o'clock. All right, and before I go, misspelled that, let me just... Okay, guys, so just one last look at my homepage. If you want to take out a subscription right here, get trade ideas. There's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, click on that link. You'll see the pricing. You can either go annual or monthly. Trade of the week, it'll send to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Free service. I've already done my recap. You can sign up for it here. All the scans I'm sharing right here. And education link, big education link. Strongly recommend anybody who is new to trade ideas taking a look at these 20 lessons. Okay, it won't be in 20 days. I think what they used to do is they used to send out a lesson a day, but I mean, it was more for marketing. But of course, you can take them all at once. Daily support between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. That's when I take a bit of a break. Here's our free trading room right here. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And you can sign up for them all right there. And I am, this is the one that I help out on, the Wednesday Q&A. And educational videos, a lot of educational videos here, and trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information from my home page. Boy, a lot of volume coming into GME. Oh man, this could be fun for a bit. SBG. Take a look at SBG. You guys are talking about that one. Yeah. Some crazy. Oh, it's one of these SPACs, guys. Just a SPAC, you know. Looking for a company to merge with. I don't think they've even announced who they're looking at. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Owlet Baby Care. Okay. The connected nursery ecosystem that delivers data-driven technology to modern parenting. So that was announced on the 16th. Okay, well, not the sector I'd be that crazy about, but hey. Yeah, it is a SPAC. It's oh, I can't believe this is my. You know, just for fun, I might just have a little piece of this, just for fun. See what happens. Yeah, we'll just stick it in there, Luke. You know, I'll keep the room open long enough if anybody wants to take a look at it. Okay, great. It's amazing how that, well, maybe or maybe not, but anyway, a lot of option, 210,000 for GMX or GME. Well, they're not piling into AMC, that's for sure. All right, guys, are there any other questions? What a day. I don't see any questions. Sorrow. I love it. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut the room down now. Again, this is my long day, so maybe I'll see some of you at 5 o'clock at the webinar. You just have to sign up for it. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, of course. Let me just get the announcement in, change the day. All right, guys, so we'll see you tomorrow at around 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody. Okay, and again, let's see you tomorrow.